the winner's circle. He's already setting up shop, I think. But I like the 5-horse quite a bit here, Baby Socks. I love the way she looks from an appearance standpoint, but I also think her last couple of races really were not good efforts, but it also came in the heat of the summer. And some horses, particularly fillies and mares, just do not do well when we have hot, humid weather. And the days that she ran those races, they were very warm, extremely warm kind of days. And today, we've got a nice little breeze coming out of the north. Usually it comes off of, Jamaica Bay from the south, but it's nice and cool out here, seasonably cool. And I just think that the way she looks physically and the way she's warming up with this cooler weather, you're going to see a better effort from Baby Socks. And at 9-2, she's attractive to me. Guys, I just think that if she can get back to her better races, which did come in cooler weather, she could be a handful here. So I'm taking a little bit of a swing with the 5 Baby Socks.
An interesting point. Richie, thank you. As we do see things starting to cool off a little bit, it's a glorious day, Sarah, but some cooler temperatures, and sometimes you really will see horses flourish when the temperatures are a little bit nicer out. Taking a look now at the 1 Serenade Soldier, this one getting a drop in class.
This is a horse that I have a little bit of interest in because this was one that did come off of an extended layoff last time and ran at Saratoga in an off-the-turf race and was really hustled to get some forward position in that spot. Ended up fading later in those stages of the race, but perhaps just needed one off the bench. And Chris Englehart, he does well first and second off the layoff, but slightly better of an ROI second off the bench. So I just thought that this was a horse from the rail, likely to be forwardly placed, and Ruben Silvera is a jockey that can get his horses into the game with some aggressive tactics early. I think that with that rider and post position, things are just very simplified for this one. But there's no denying that your favorite makes a lot of sense in this spot. Just a very short price.
Serenade Soldier, sharp on the track, much as she was last time. See Ruben with his feet kicked out of the stirrups. They were trying to get her to saddle a bit. She was bad with the pony last time. Looks like she's acting a bit better on the track today. But there's your favorite, Maggie, cutting back in distance. She broke her maiden sprinting on the main track at Saratoga. 2 starts back over Marley's Ghost, who was a horse that's been maybe a bit of a bridesmaid and one that is not necessarily the winningest type. She was a big price this day, though, and Maggie was able to run her down.
She was, and this was one of Maggie's better races coming in that off track, but we know that she's capable of handling a surface without this kind of moisture in it, and she's a horse that can come from off the pace if necessary, if things do heat up, with a horse like Serenade Soldier and Baby Socks showing some of that early speed as well. She's the class of this field, if you can say that about a $16,000 claiming race, but she's also one that she took a lot of time to break her maiden. She finished second last time to a horse that did come back to win, and now she gets that cut back in distance. But there's enough of a case to be made for some of these alternatives that I wouldn't be so stuck on her being the only one capable in a spot like this.
I do think the cutback is interesting too, because Vintage, the winner of that last race, wired the field, and Maggie was kind of up close chasing, and then she kind of dropped back out-footed, and it just seemed she couldn't keep up with some of those horses going long. The sprint should help her to be able to relax and make that big run she likes to.
Right, it definitely seems like it's going to suit her quite a bit better than that distance of ground that she got last time.
Let's see if she can get the job done. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start of the Friday opener. And they're off. And from the rail, it is Serenade Soldier who goes out for the lead. Phineas Harbor came away running in second. Maggie just in behind in third. Then Baby Socks in between horses, and Goodbye Kyle on the outside. 2 lengths separates the field, with Serenade Soldier showing the way here by a length and a quarter. Then comes Phineas Harbor. Maggie advancing at the rail. Baby Socks is on the outside, and a tough-to-handle Goodbye Kyle is the trailer. The opening quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Around the far turn, Serenade Soldier in front here by a length. Maggie is down at the rail. Baby Socks is on the outside. Phineas Harbor is in between horses. A break of 5 lengths back to Goodbye Kyle. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Here comes Baby Socks to move right alongside of Serenade Soldier. There's room at the rail for Maggie, who's coming on through now. So 3 of them across, passing the 3/16 pole. Serenade Soldier and Maggie. Maggie at the rail takes the lead. Serenade Soldier and Baby Socks. They're coming to the 16th pole with Maggie in front. And Maggie will deliver here in the opener at odds of 3 to 5. Baby Sox was second. Serenade Soldier finished third.
Maggie gets the job done as the favorite under Dylan Davis, coming up the rail for a nice late run.
And she was really gifted that inside position when the Serenade Soldier kind of went to meet the challenge of a horse like Baby Sox, who was coming towards the outside. But she was always in control and command of this race, and very easily went by the horse that had set the pace and another one that made a little bit of a bid towards the outside and just ended up being too good for this field.
Richie's top selection, Baby Sox in second, Serenade Soldier for Sarah in third. So rounding out the trifecta with Maggie, the favorite, at 3 to 5, getting the job done. 2-5-1-3 in the opener. Belmont at the Big A, cutting back in distance, getting the right kind of trip for Maggie and finding her friends, so to speak, today for trainer Jamie Begg, who's been on a pretty good roll recently, as Richie was touched on. One thing that should be noted as well, Goodbye Kyle, the 6, was really tough to handle throughout the whole running of the race, Sarah, for Isaac Castillo.
You could really see this horse getting out around the turn and just not at all settled or comfortable within the running of the race. It was just very obvious that things were not going Goodbye Kyle's way early on, and just a lackluster performance because of it. But maybe one to look for second time out for the Jacobson barn if a jockey change is made, or if they figure out some things as far as getting this horse to stay to task throughout the race.
3 to 5 favorite with the win in the opener. Maggie gets the job done in race 1. We're just getting started on this Friday afternoon. Belmont at the Big A continues on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more after this.
Demarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubois standing in Kentucky. Dubois, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubois brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Demarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. In the opener, it was the New York bred filly Maggie to get the job done, bred by our friends over at McManus Saratoga Thoroughbreds, filly by Central Banker, with Dylan Davis in the saddle. First off the claim for trainer Jamie Begg, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, and I'm here with Jamie. And Jamie, this filly, you claimed her back in late July, and she looked terrific and very fit. Well placed, too.
Yeah, like we're trying to, there's a race at the end of the meet for 25. I was kind of hoping to run her back for the 16. Unfortunately, at Saratoga, that race came back just a little early, so we couldn't run her back in there. So, and then when we put her in here with the cutback, we were thinking about waiting for the mile, but I've done okay with the cutback, and that horse had won going 6.5 and looked pretty good doing it there too, so I wasn't too worried.
Worked out a really good trip when the rail opened up. As a trainer, when you're watching, from the sidelines after getting the horse prepared, what's that feeling like, hoping they find room?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking, like, as a jockey, the difference between a sensational ride and a screwed-up ride can be one instance, So she got the shortest trip around there, and she's not a big horse, and she seemed to be handling it okay in there. So I knew as long as Dylan had horse that he'd find a hole for her. She's not very big, so.
Yeah, she didn't need a lot of room, but you were a longtime assistant to Mark Cassidy. You went out on your own. It feels like you're really hitting your stride. Like, how different was it going from being an assistant to being the head trainer?
It's quite a bit different, especially working for someone like Mark. Like, I ran his New York string up here, and it wasn't like it was our home base. So we would more get, we get some state breds, but for the most part, we'd get some really, really good horses up here. So going from that to trying to make something with the, the lower ranks, and hoping that something pops up that's better was a bit of a transition. Not terrible, because we had some that obviously weren't the easiest to train, but yeah, it was just kind of getting into a groove and getting enough horses that you can run them consistently and have put like the program back into place.
Well, it's been fun to watch your evolution, kind of getting into the rhythm as a confident head trainer. Jamie Begg, a name people need to pay attention to.
On a good roll right now, Richie, thank you, gets the favorite home. Maggie, $3.30 winner, 251 in the opener at Belmont at the Big A. New York breds in the spotlight for race 2. It's a New York bred maiden claiming race for $30,000, going a mile on the main track, and a couple of horses at 2-1 right now. The number 1, Unholy, who is stretching out along with the 5, Mucho Mama Mia. Two very different horses. Sarah, you have one that's a little bit more unexposed, and then one that's already had 9 chances.
And one that had most of her opportunities on the grass, however, but she's at least hit the board on dirt versus that one that you mentioned in Unholy, dropping in class, stretching out in distance, has perhaps that upside going for her in comparison to a lot of the rest of this field.
We'll see if today could be the day for one of those fillies. We'll talk a little bit more about that upcoming second race in a moment. We'll also preview today's Winter Memories coming up a little bit later. Chad Brown has tax implications ready to roll in today's feature. One of 4 fillies that he will send out in the Winter Memories. More on that after this.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Emma Zombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Adelphi Racing Club offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. We have our first flat stake of the season coming up today in the Winter Memories, but there's plenty more exciting action to look forward to throughout this fall, including tomorrow's Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks, Sarah, but a lot of exciting events, including the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and then beginning of October, those 2-year-old Grade 1s of the Champaign and the Frizette.
And it's all the build up to the Breeders' Cup, right? You're trying to finalize who's going to be in those fields, who can get those last win in your ins and be a part of those year-end championships.
A lot to look forward to, as today we will pay tribute to Winter Memories, multiple graded stakes winner on the turf for trainer Jimmy Toners, who take a look at her winning the 2012 Diana Stakes. And it's funny, I was watching this race yesterday with Richie, Sarah, and she kind of swishes her tail. She's got her ears pinned. She definitely made jockey Javier Castellano, who was aboard that day, work for that win.
She was just so quirky and fun to watch, and just super talented as well. This ended up being the last start of her career, and it was the highest buyer speed figure she had as well, getting a 104 for that victory. She was favored in every single start of her career and earned over $1 million, earned her about $1.2 million, which is pretty incredible to go off as the favorite in every single race. She was really thought of as that good, and she was.
She was. She lived up to it out on the racetrack, and it's been a really fun race for the 3-year-old turf fillies, and this year it came up really competitive and interesting. Don't forget that 14 Get Your Kicks draws in off the also eligible list, making it 4 runners for trainer Chad Brown, which does include tax implications. 7-2 on the morning line will rematch with Todd Fletcher's charge Soviet Excess out of the Lake Placid, as this was on a good turf course in the middle of Saratoga behind a Spray, another Chad Brown runner who really had appreciated the cutback in distance and ran such a big race that day.
She did, and so did the second place finisher Surge Capacity, who was one making her graded stakes debut for Chad Brown as well, and Soviet Excess prevents him from getting the Chad Brown trifecta in this race, rallying to finish third and here almost getting second, but I prefer her a little bit over more tax implications, just because she kind of outclosed her, had to wait a little bit more for that clear sailing, whereas tax implications got started a little bit ahead of her.
Intriguing runner in here is the 6 Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Do note Trevor McCarthy off his mounts today, so Junior Alvarado will be aboard Sweet Lou's Got Aces. She was purchased at the Fasig-Tipton Horses of Racing Age sale for $380,000 and will make her first start today for Grand Motion.
And she's a horse that can be tactical as well, being successful as a 2-year-old in this Teppan Stakes when she took this field gate to wire, so you know that she has some of that early speed in there. But as of late, in her last couple of races, she's been coming from off the pace, so it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing with her today. It's nice to know that you have options going into a loaded field like this.
That was her winning the Teppan at Aqueduct last fall, so she obviously can handle this track quite well. She's coming off of an allowance win the day after the Belmont Stakes over at Belmont Park. Freshened, been training down at Fair Hill, shipping back up to New York, and will make her first start for the Motion Barn. Another horse that's in good form and has really turned a corner since switching to the turf after starting her career on the main track is the 5 Silver Skillet. It will be her first time out of New York Red Company, though.
Just as you mentioned, she really has blossomed quite a bit since switching surfaces onto the grass. She is getting out of that State Bred Company, so we'll see where she fits necessarily in terms of class, but this was a pretty impressive performance, good trip or not, in that Susie O'Kane. And maybe taking a look at a horse like Orange Freeze, who didn't run quite as well yesterday, it's not necessarily any sort of knock against her, because that was a fairly paceless race, and just the margin of victory that she's able to put on the rest of this field. I don't think you can completely discount a horse like this, who might be a fair price today given the competition.
She's easy to spot in the race given those unique markings that she has on her face. Did flip back to that left lead, but she did so and then kicked away from the rest of the field in that Susie O'Kane effort. Won back-to-back victories on the turf and has already shown that she has an affinity for the surface. That will be the question with the 3 Sacred Wish, who will actually make her turf debut today. Even though she was beaten just by a neck in the Coaching Club American Oaks, a grade 1 event behind wet paint, she has had the ability to train on the turf course over at Saratoga, where trainer George Weaver is based. And he told me this morning, Sarah, that she's breezed well in the grass, and jockey John Velasquez has given the go-ahead for her to try the turf, and now's a good time to see if she can handle it.
It really does seem like connections are very high on that turf work that she had. I was reading the article from Daily Racing Form about it, and there is a little bit of pedigree to suggest that she should be able to handle it. The Dam was never a winner herself, but did run 17 times, all turf and synthetic, so it's not out of the realm of possibility for her.
And not this time, certainly being by Giants Causeway, a sire that can get a good turf runner. So she is a very intriguing layer in that Winter Memories coming up a little bit later on today's card in the 8th race. Back to present day, we have race 2 coming up next in this Belmont at the Big A Friday. And as mentioned, we have the New York bred maiden claiming runners on the main track going the mile. There's the number 5, Mucho Mama Mia. She has had 9 starts already. She does keep Irad Ortiz, who rode her last time. That's certainly not going to help your price.
No, that's for sure.
This one for Jeremiah Engelhart finished a distant 3rd in the most recent effort. That filly currently 8-5 right now. And as you had touched on earlier, Sarah, while she is 0 for 9, 6 of those races were on the turf, and the one 2 starts back, albeit at Finger Lakes, was against Maiden Special Weight Company. So if you're kind of sifting through and looking for some excuses, there are only 2 races on the main track for maiden claiming tag.
And even last time, it wasn't off the turf race, and it's not as though she wasn't intended to be on the dirt surface, but she's a horse that kind of sits in mid-pack and makes this little bit of a move, and it doesn't necessarily really have any early speed, but if that can be timed a little bit more appropriately, and of course, Irad Ortiz Jr. has been on her before now and is staying aboard, just as you mentioned, he's probably got a better feel for where to place her early so that she could have a little bit more success. And as you look around, there are some question marks, but there's nobody that's necessarily confirmed to be as consistent as she is on the surface.
For more on the rest of this field, let's get a Paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. We'll start down towards the inside. Unholy taking that sharp drop-in class from maiden allowance or maiden special weight to maiden 30,000, also stretching out, and that's a little bit of a concern for me. I'm not 100% certain that she wants all of a mile here. She looks a little bit more like a sprinter type, kind of thick, solid filly, but the drop-in class is meaningful, and she is very well turned out. Great coat on her, making a really nice impression here in the paddock. The 5-horse, Mucho Mama Mia, you get Irad Ortiz. One thing about her, it looks like she'd run from here to the Grand Canyon. She's just a horse that looks like more distance the better. So, and she's run long already. A mile might even be just a touch shorter than she wants. This is like a big kind of galloping look to her, and certainly a major contender here. And the 6-horse making a really nice impression for me as well. Shotgun Patsy. Bill Mott. You get Joey Martinez. And people that don't know Joey Martinez, his dad, Jose Martinez, is a terrific rider here, somebody I competed with on a steady basis. And Joey Martinez, a boxer, actually was on the Olympic team for boxing before he turned to race riding, following his dad's footsteps. He's very capable, so you shouldn't let that scare you away. Obviously, Junior Alvarado, high-profile, terrific rider, but Joey Martinez, more than capable as well. And from a physical perspective here in the paddock, really like what I see from her.
Joey Martinez actually rode this filly first time out, too, so he is familiar with her. Richie, thank you. Shotgun Patsy finished 3rd last time out in her first start for maiden claiming for trainer Bill Mott.
She did, and she's one of those horses that's a little bit more lightly raced as well. So, of course, you might think there's a little bit more upside with her. She was a heavy favorite when dropping in for a tag last time out, and she needs to get a little bit faster than what she showed in that race because they just don't really have a real excuse for her last time coming out of that common race, as Strange Fruit was as well. And she just easily got the better of her on August 24th. So I just wonder, too, if this is necessarily really what she wants to do going that mile distance.
That's fair enough. There's a look at your favorite Mucho Mama Mia. You just saw Jackie Herrera-Ortiz walking out. Thought it was interesting what Richie said in that she could run from here to the Grand Canyon. Kind of sometimes some of these horses that can just run forever, it's a little bit tough to find spots for them, and it's tough to kind of get them going if there's not much pace, especially a deep closing type like she is.
Right, and sometimes at these less competitive levels, it's hard to pass horses in general. Sometimes these horses that you get them out to a comfortable early lead, they just end up sort of finishing in merry-go-round fashion because they're not as competitive with each other or making those kinds of moves that we do see in some of the stakes races or, you know, some of those closers that come to mind as really excelling throughout their careers. So that doesn't necessarily work to her advantage, her not having that early speed and getting herself into a good position at the start of the race.
There's Unholy. Kendrick Harmouche will be aboard this one. As mentioned, Trevor McCarthy off his mounts today. Jose Ortiz and trainer Pat Reynolds sharing a laugh as they'll team up with the two Strange Fruit. But there is Unholy, as mentioned. Kendrick will be aboard this one. I haven't seen her, well, since her last race in July when she was really revved up, really energetic prior. Looks like she's much more relaxed now. But Richie having a few reservations about the stretch out distance. There is Strange Fruit. She is one that is always really bad in the paddock, that she is always acting up really bad, getting the rider up. She went to the front last time out, which I appreciated because sometimes the ones that are just so quirky and green always like that. It's better to just put them on the lead and let them run. But she almost kind of got herself beat. As you can see, she starts drifting out pretty significantly in the stretch.
She does, and this was one of those days, just as you mentioned, I was actually down in the paddock with Maggie looking at her before the race, and she was just so reluctant to be saddled and really expending a lot of energy before the race. And this is something, just as you mentioned, and I know Maggie was telling me as well, is just something that's very common for her, and we can see her doing it a little bit from the paddock that we've seen so far today.
We'll meet the field, starting things off with the number 1, Unholy.
Just taking that big drop, maiden special weight to maiden claiming, and hasn't had as many chances to disappoint.
There is Strange Fruit. Looks like by her standards, she's actually minding her manners quite well today.
Jose Ortiz, feet out of the irons, trying to keep her settled on the track, and we'll see if she can replicate that performance that she ran last time, because it would make her a player.
Big price on the 3, Maxing the Bank.
Yeah, first time in for a tag on grass last out, resulted in a last place finish, so we'll have to see something more from her than what we've seen in her first 2 starts.
Your favorite, Mucho Mama Mia.
And she's consistent. She is who she is, but she's been able to hit the board on dirt.
Shotgun Patsy, 3rd behind Strange Fruit last time.
And this will be her 2nd time in for a tag, so perhaps she just improves with a little bit more racing under her belt, but she would need to.
Here's Montauk Mystique stretching out.
And maybe the slower pace of a route race helps her out because she's shown some speed in sprints, just not able to sustain it.
And number 8, 'Cause I'm Elegant, also out of that race with Strange Fruit and Shotgun Patsy.
And that was not one of her better performances, but the race 2 back behind Phineas Harbor wasn't so bad. She didn't run back to it last time, but if she can get back to that start 2 starts ago, it might make her a player in here.
Well, that's the field for race 2. Your favorite continues to be Mucho Mama Mia. We'll take a quick break on America's Day at the Races. When we come back, we'll bring you the second and see who breaks their maiden coming up next.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run. And Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Kumar, Sarah El Badwi, and Richard Migliori with you on this Friday afternoon. I want to remind everybody you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races for today's show. Getting ready for race 2, New York bred maiden claiming race coming up. Mucho Mamma Mia continues to be your favorite. Sarah, thoughts on who could potentially get the win here?
Well, look, your favorite makes a lot of sense, and I understand why this horse is taking money. Of course, with the presence of Irad Ortiz Jr. up as well, that's going to hurt your price, but she's a consistent type, and when you're looking for some horse that you can trust in here, she makes some sense, but she might not be good enough to get out of that kind of second, third place finishing effort that she's been able to put forth so far.
8-5 right now on your favorite. For more in this field, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to continue to talk about the one Unholy who I talked about in the paddock, and I do have a bit of reservation about the 1 mile distance, but I like what I see. She's going to be my top selection. I like the drop-in class. Maybe she's a little less exposed than some of the others. I like, Kendrick should be forward with her, if not on the lead from the inside. And she just, again, made such a nice impression. I couldn't get by her. A horse that didn't really catch my eye in the paddock, but I really elevated her on the racetrack was the 7 Montauk Mystique, trained by Mike Maselli. For people that don't know, Mike Maselli was a very successful and outstanding rider. He actually won the Travers in 1972 on a horse named Holding Pattern, and she really moved up in my eyes the way she moved on the racetrack and galloped off. Really liked what I saw there. And Dylan Davis looking to sweep the early double here at Aqueduct. And I don't know if you guys got to see that picture, but my valet, John Milano, who is actually my daughter Gabrielle's godfather. We're very close, and he was a tremendous rider in his own right. Found the picture when they were giving me the leading rider trophy back in 2005, many years ago. But I get a big kick out of seeing my kids that young, and of course, my wife and I quite a bit younger, guys.
I love that. And Kieran McLaughlin, trainer, now jockey agent for Louis Sias, the mustache.
Wow, I know.
That's
what
a great
blast
picture.
From the past. That's
I
great.
love that. Richard Migliori, certainly a legend of the Aqueduct. He's got some great stories with it. As you see, the number 2, Strange Fruit. As we already mentioned, she is very quirky, so this is normal for her that she's going to load first and without the rider. This is what she does every time. The gate crew, well aware of all of her quirks.
And so important to know what's normal for a specific horse, because if this was out of character, you'd be a little bit nervous about seeing this kind of behavior from them before the race. And that's why it's so great that we have you and Maggie and Richie to really pay attention and take such good notes on who these horses are and what is their typical behavior.
Jose Ortiz going to get himself settled. Hopefully she stays settled. Strange Fruit. As mentioned, I guess it's just something with her being a little bit easier to handle or making sure the gate crew can spend a little bit more time on her. She always goes in first and without the rider. And then the rider, who is Jose Ortiz in this case, will climb aboard in the gate and looks like he's waiting until the last possible moment to make sure that she stays settled. There goes your favorite Mucho Mama Mia. Race 2, New York bred maiden claiming coming up next. John and Brielle has the call.
Waiting now for Montauk Mystique and Cause I'm Elegant. There in the gate. And they're off. The gray, Cause I'm Elegant from the outside. Now moving on through is a Shotgun Patsy. And from the inside, it is Unholy. Unseating the rider shortly after the start was number 3, Maxing the Bank. So there's a loose horse at the back. Up front, it is Unholy on the inside, Shotgun Patsy on the outside. And then comes Cause I'm Elegant just in behind, racing in 3rd. And they're followed by Mucho Mamma Mia. On the outside is Montauk Mystique. And trailing the field, Strange Fruit in 6th. The quarter went in 25 1/5 seconds. Down at the rail, Unholy is the leader here by a long neck. with Shotgun Patsy right alongside now. So the two of them are heads apart for the lead. And number 5, Mucho Mamma Mia, is down at the rail. Far outside, it is a Montauk Mystique. And in between horses is that gray Cause Elegant. Farther back, a Strange Fruit, half mile and 50 seconds. The up front battle continues, but now Shotgun Patsy goes on with it. Shotgun Patsy has the lead. Unholy dropping back down at the rail. Looking for a way through is Mucho Mamma Mia. And on the outside, it is Cause I'm Elegant, along with Montauk Mystique. 3/4 up in 1:15 and 2 as they move down for the 8th pole. Cause I'm Elegant. On the outside, Montauk Mystique. Shotgun Patsy continues to battle on, and up the rail is Mucho Mamma Mia. Mucho Mamma Mia has taken over here in the stretch, and Mucho Mamma Mia draws away at the end, takes it by almost 4 lengths, close for second. Shotgun Patsy and Montauk Mystique.
Mucho Mamma Mia, your favorite, gets the job done. Of course, we will keep you updated as we hear on jockey Laird Bailey, who was unseated at the start by the number 3, Maxing the Bank, who seemed to just trail the field without incident running around the track there. But certainly hoping that Laird Bailey is okay after being unseated at the start. But Sarah kind of muscling through Mucho Mamma Mia.
And it's just such a tepid pace for this group. I know that they were going this mile distance, and perhaps some of them did not necessarily want to excel at a mile, but no excuses for the horses that were forwardly placed early. And Mucho Mamma Mia able to get the job done by finding that room. Ira Ortiz Jr. deciding to go towards the rail as Unholy was dropping out of things, and spurt by the rest of this group, and just really bringing that kind of consistency that she had shown on this surface at this level to the table, and it was too much for the rest of them.
And that inquiry sign is posted. Again, that it has to do with what happened at the start. And good to see that the number 3, Maxing the Bank, has been apprehended, being attended, I should say, checked out now by the attending veterinarian. The unofficial order of finish now is 5, 6, 7, 8, right in order, actually in race 2. But again, that inquiry sign having to do with what happened at the start. Maxing the Bank has been apprehended. And again, we will keep you updated when we hear with jockey Laird Bailey as the inquiry sign has come down. It looked like when I saw this start that she just kind of stumbled coming out and kind of went into a foe next to her. So an unfortunate situation there, but glad to see that it appears at least the horse, and again, we'll update on the rider. Hopefully everybody okay.
Yes, of course, when you see something like that, you are glad to see that the horse has been apprehended safely, and we'll wait to hear on our jockey, but glad that no further incident was caused by that, so hoping for the best.
Mucho Mamma Mia, the winner of race 2, Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices and more after this. Take a quick time out on America's State of the Races.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. In race number 2, it was Mucho Mamma Mia. Maybe, Sarah, not necessarily a race where everybody wanted to win, but we knew that somebody was going to get the maiden breaking score today, and it was the day for the 5. Mucho Mamma Mia, your favorite.
Sometimes just all about finding the right group, and I think that's exactly what happened here, as those fractions were very easy early on in this race, and Strange Fruit, who had been so forward last time, actually far off the pace today, and she was able to just find that room up the rail with Irad Ortiz Jr. and best a group that looked like they were not the most consistent types on paper.
Irad Ortiz staying aboard and rewards the connections with a win. Mucho Mamma Mia getting the victory, breaks her maiden in start number 10 in race 2. She was your 75 favorite, $4.80 winner over Shotgun Patsy and Montauk Mystique in race 2. We turn our attention to race 3, sprinting on the main track. It's a starter allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. Favorite currently on the outside, the number 6, Tivy, first off the claim for Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning trainer Jenna Antonucci, teaming up once again with Javier Castellano as takes all different types of races. Of course, Jenna having won the Belmont and Travers, claimed this filly, colt I should say, for $35,000 last time out, so an intriguing prospect there. But what a year it has been for the barn, as Sarah will look back on some of the big moments. You and I were together in the winner's circle when we saw Archangelo win the Belmont Stakes, making trainer Jenna Antonucci the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race, and what a tremendous horse he has turned out to be in a super contentious group of 3-year-olds.
And this was the moment where we were really looking at a wide open 3-year-old division, and he threw his hat into the ring, winning this Belmont Stakes as a major player going forwards and asserting himself that he really belonged with the class of the horses that had run in the Triple Crown races, and of course your juvenile champion Forte as well. And just the kind of ride that he got from Javier Castellano, patient but ground saving and able to get that 1.5-mile distance, and then to back it up with the kind of performance that he was able to show us in the Travers. I mean, we're dealing with the top of the 3-year-old division right now. But this was the moment. Sorry.
I was going to say, you could see the emotion from Javier Castellano. It was such a cool moment to experience and to be there live. First Belmont win for Javier, who was able to complete his Triple Crown sweep this year, winning the Kentucky Derby with Paige, his first Derby victory and his first Belmont victory. And then he teamed up with Archangelo once again. As you said, this really backed it up, because I think that there were still some questions. Could he repeat it? Because he had trained up to the Travers after winning the Belmont. Jenna Antonucci sticking to her guns, and she told me in the post-race interview, she said, for all the haters out there, thanks for the extra motivation, which is just so cool to see this horse in 2 of the biggest dirt race victories in American racing.
Incredible the training job that she's done, the rides that Javier Castellano was able to provide, but also just the trusting ability of her own horses and what they're telling her, and really sticking to her guns on what she thought that she knew she was doing, and it all ended up working out.
Another really special moment, and hopefully we will have a chance to see Archangelo do it again, pointing to that Breeders' Cup Classic, still stabled up in Saratoga. If you don't follow Jenna on social media, a great opportunity to kind of keep up with what he's doing, and looked like with his first big work back after that Travers victory, still flourishing up in Saratoga, and looks like all systems go, which is pretty exciting.
And every time you see him, he's just always doing well, it seems. She's really done such an incredible job with him.
And I loved what she said at the Travers post position draw. She said, for Robert, main exercise rider, he's been needing an oxygen tank to hold on to Archangelo in the morning. So he definitely gets the assist. But there is Jenna's charge in the upcoming 3rd race. Tivy, first off the claim. Now, it was a main track only last time out, finishing 2nd best after setting the pace. The big question, of course, is again, no knock on Jenna's barn, but it's hard to claim off of Linda Rice, and that's always going to be the question.
Right, and that's just something that Linda does so well. She finds the right kind of spots for her horses, and that's why she's had the kind of success that she has, of course, throughout the Saratoga meet, able to tie Chad Brown for that training title with a victory in the last race. So she's just not a trainer that's easy to take horses off of, no matter what barn they're going into.
More discussion of this third race in a moment, but first in race 2, as we saw the number 3 Maxing the Bank unseat her rider at the start. Let's go to jockey Richard Migliori for an update on jockey Laird Bailey. Richie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm happy to report, Acacia, that Laird Bailey was, seemed fine. He got out of the ambulance on his own power, was smiling, looked like he had a bit of an abrasion on the inside of his left knee. And I was a little concerned because he kind of got whipped down to the ground, and you always worry about head injuries. But he seemed fine, no worse for the wear. And for people at home that don't know, we have a doctor on call here at the track down at First Aid. The ambulance will transport a rider to be checked out by the track physician, and then it's always then when they make a decision if the rider needs to go on to the hospital for precautionary x-rays or for further evaluation. But it seemed to me that Laird was fine. Like he said, gave me a big smile and a big thumbs up. And as you guys know, these men and women, they're a special breed, very tough.
The toughest athletes out there, that's for sure. But Richie, thank you so much for that update. Good news. And as previously mentioned, the 3 Maxing the Bank had been apprehended by the outrider and brought back over to her connections. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A, coming up next. We'll take a quick time out. More conversation about Jenna Antonucci's runner Tivy, currently your favorite at 2-1, along with the rest of the field. Stay with us for more live racing from Belmont at the Big A after this.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out. Win races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes-caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. If you find yourself in Kentucky and have not yet had the opportunity to tour the farm, could not recommend it enough. As mentioned in that feature, such a historic place that is synonymous with the sport of horse racing. We turn our attention to race 3 coming up, Belmont at the Big A. There is Tivy, first off the claim for Jenna Antonucci, currently your favorite. Let's get a paddock report from Richie downstairs.
Yeah, Case, this is an interesting group here. We'll start down on the inside with the 1 pay zone from the Cantermassey barn. You know, listen, I am a big fan of the Cantermassey family. I think they do great work. This horse is extremely well turned out. Love his coat. Just really got that rich, hydrated look that I'm always attracted to, and pay zone making a nice impression. He does have speed, and from the inside, that kind of simplifies things. And Jose Lascano, who rides him, has just been riding in such good form. I really enjoy watching him ride because he's always putting horses in a position to win from. And that's all you can ask for a rider, to consistently put horses in a position to get it done. The 2 Tenebris makes a nice impression as well. And this horse might also be the beneficiary of a good trip, because I do think there's other speed signed on, and the 1 pay zone could get involved with the outside horse Tivy. But you know, he makes a lot of sense, and I like him on the slight turn back too. I think sometimes people think they see a horse closing at 6 furlongs and they go, well, 7 furlongs is definitely going to be better. And sometimes this doesn't, you know, translate into them finishing as strong, where the shorter distances they really finish. But from a physical perspective, he's really well turned out by trainer Bruno Tesoro. The 6 horse Tivy, he looks like an absolute bulldog. This is a short, squat kind of, you know, son of Into Mischief. He is fast, and I think he's like one of those horses that's just naturally fast, where a rider doesn't have to ask him to do anything, and he puts him there. And I think there's a possibility that he gets hooked up with the 1 pay zone here and maybe hurts each other's chances and sets it up for a runner like the 2 Tenebris. But as far as from a physical perspective, these are the 3 that stood out here in the paddock. We'll keep an eye on them when they get out on the racetrack and how they warm up.
All right, Richie, thank you. Look forward to hearing your observations as there is Tivy, a big, solid son of Intimischief, to be ridden by that man right there, Javier Castellano, who's had a tremendous year. And Sarah, we'll take a look at this race. As mentioned, he was in a main track only, despite having tried the turf 2 starts back. But trainer Linda Rice, who had him at the time, acknowledging that he's a dirt horse, not a turf horse, set the pace and was run down by the favorite, speaking of the devil.
And this horse ran really well in a spot like this. And if we see a repeat of that 77 Beyer speed figure that he earned when finishing second to Speaking of the Devil, this horse is going to win. You know, he can be a little bit more forward, and going the extra half furlong to 6 furlongs instead of the 5.5 shouldn't really be a problem for him. The problem is that this is a horse that is coming from the Linda Rice barn, and anybody taking a horse from that barn, it's difficult to do because of how successful she is and how well she spots her horses. And this is a horse that's now facing dirt horses in a starter allowance and not for the $35,000 tag, non-winners of 2 lifetime, in and off the turf race that he was in last time. So not only is it a barn switch, but it's also a step up in class as well.
And we'll see how he handles it. That was in a non-winners of 2 condition. Again, it was one of the dirt horses in main track only in that race. And as we turn our attention over to the number 4, Built to Last, this is a horse who's been at the starter allowance level. Take a look at a recent race of his. This is back in April at Aqueduct, finishing second. A wet track after that at Aqueduct, where he was wired by Air Show, and then last time out just didn't fire with a wide trip at Belmont, and he's had a little bit of a freshening since.
And maybe you make some sort of excuse for that effort, or non-effort rather, last time out, but I think that you have to, because if he runs back to this race, and we did see a horse like Z-Bear go on to win again, he's going to be a major player in a spot like this, and you're getting a very fair price right now. He's the longest shot in the field with how the wagering stands at this moment, currently 8-1. So if you toss the last race as well as the race over a wet surface, and you see a performance like we saw back on April 15th with that 80 Beyer speed figure, this horse is extremely dangerous, but those are a lot of ifs to give this horse some leeway coming into today's spot.
Are you concerned that it seems that he's lost his speed?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's not for me at all.
I get a question.
Right. I get liking him and wanting to make some excuses for him, but I haven't seen enough to make those excuses.
We'll meet the field, kicking things off with one Richie had some good things to say about. Here's Pay Zone.
And this is one that should have some speed. You know, he was trying to go after Win for Gold. Actually was ahead of him last time out before flattening late.
That horse Win for Gold came back to win again with an 87 Beyer speed figure. Here's Tenebris.
Second off a brief freshening, he faced Lock and Key last time, who had just broken his maiden. He was wide throughout that day. We'll see.
Baron's Legacy won at first asking in January. We haven't seen him since.
Yeah, that was for a $40,000 tag, so he's eligible for a spot like this. Earned a 63 Beyer speed figure over a wet track.
Built to Last, who we're talking about, if he can turn things around.
If he can, he's a major player, but it's a lot of ifs.
Here's the 5, Clubhouse, Blinkers On.
This is a horse that used to be with the Todd Pletcher barn. Took a while to break his maiden, but he has some races that would make him competitive.
And Tivy, co-favorite, no longer highlighted as the actual favorite. Tivy first off the claim.
Going out for Jenna Antonucci and your Archangelo winning connections. It's difficult to claim off of Linda Rice, but this is certainly a capable outfit trying to do so.
New favorite, now the number 2, Tenebris, as this was a horse who finished second 2 back at a big price behind Nolo Contesto for David Jacobson, and then came back and was, I think, a little bit of a wise guy horse last time out. And didn't necessarily fire, but Lock and Key had won 2 in a row, has been in very good form.
And that was also going a little bit further as well. That was the 7 furlong distance, and he never really had as much success going that far. He kind of stuck to those 6 furlong types of races, and that's what he's getting today. So perhaps you think that maybe he just wants that kind of situation, because he was also a little bit further off the pace in that race 2 back than he was last time out. He was sort of sitting that just second flight off the pace setters, and maybe just kind of ran evenly, didn't really show as much, but he had a little bit more of a closing type of kick against Nolo Contesto, and we saw Win for Gold, just as you mentioned, come back and win 2 times since that race.
There's a look at the number 1, Pay Zone, who should have speed, as Richie was touching on with Jose Lascano, who maybe doesn't ride as much of the big name horses or for the big name outfits, but had a tremendous summer and is winning at 20% on the year.
I feel like we just keep saying he's a little bit underrated, waiting for other people to realize that that's the case, because it's completely true. I mean, he's a very consistent rider. He rides for all types of outfits, turf, dirt, sprint, routing. He's certainly capable of figuring a horse out and doing it all. And he doesn't necessarily have those same types of go-tos, but he's always bringing his best effort.
He's on a 5-1 shot from the rail. For more on that horse, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, and I'm just going to keep it simple, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and we'll start with Payzone. And to expound on Jose Lezcano, he's a jockey's jockey. Jockeys know who the good riders are. They may not want to clue in the trainers, because then obviously they'll lose business to that rider, but he just consistently rides a good race day in, day out. And I'm sure it must be somewhat frustrating to him at times that he doesn't, you think about subbed very nicely on Elite Power one day. The other filly on the turf, her name's escaping me at the moment, Bill Mott's, really good filly. And then he doesn't get to ride them back. And all he does is deliver. And obviously, he's a guy that knows the value of getting your position going forward and having the inside post position. You're going to believe that he's going to try to protect inside position with the one. Payzone. Tenebris, liked him in the paddock, liked him even better on the racetrack. He's my top selection. I think he's going to get a really good setup. And to me, he is the best closer in a race that I think there should be some pace on. Now, we saw a very slow pace the last race, and there is a steady headwind down the backstretch, and I just wonder if that's not affecting a little bit of the first fractions, because they're running into that wind a little bit. And a horse that really didn't catch my attention in the paddock, but I really loved the way he moved, is the 3 Baron's Legacy, New York bred son of Jess's Dream. Just a really beautiful floating stride. I love what I saw from him. Obviously, this is a lot tougher than what he broke his maiden, but he did win at first asking. And boy, you want to talk about a pretty mover. This horse really checked the boxes in that respect. But I'm going to go with the 2, Tenebris from Off the Pace.
I like it, Richie. Thank you. As we're looking at the 3 Barons Legacy, you and I were just saying, Sarah, New York bred son of Jess's Dream. Not something you see very often. Jess's Dream, of course, standing in Florida, and he himself has that monster pedigree. I typically like his progeny running on the turf. And you had just said a very interesting stat about the Stallion.
Yeah, because I remember looking at this horse back on January 6th, and that was the first time I ever did Talking Horses, which is why it's ingrained in my memory forever. This is a horse that he was the first progeny of Jess's Dream to win on debut. And of course, we haven't seen him since then, so who knows if he ends up classing up with a field like this, coming back in this starter allowance. But I think any time you have a horse or a trainer or jockey that's able to outrun a stat that's a little bit more negative against this being what normally happens, it's something that's worth paying attention to.
Yeah, very, very interesting nugget there. And we'll see if he can win coming back in his first race since January. Of course, Jess's Dream just ran once himself. He was out of Rachel Alexandra by Curlin, won at Saratoga going 1 1/8 miles, and it was a brief career for Jess's Dream. But again, now standing as a Stallion and in Florida, and you have a New York bred son of Jess's Dream here. Baron's Legacy warmed up with Manny Franco quite well out on the racetrack. 9-5 now on the 6 Tivy. Javier Castellano going to be aboard, and while he may not be as close to some of the other big jockeys as far as money earned, Sarah, I think you could absolutely make a big case for Javier for champion rider for 2023 because of the big races that he's won, the success that he's had, and really the resurgence of his career we've talked about in the last couple of years.
Right, and I think that sometimes we might get so blinded by the success that he's had this year to not fully acknowledge that he was building up to this kind of momentous year that he's had so far over last year, even the year before that, really getting long shots home, riding so many horses successfully, and really having so much consistency over his career over the last couple of years. And I feel like now we're seeing the fruits of that labor fully pay off with just the brilliant rides that he's showcased this year.
First Kentucky Derby this year, first Belmont this year, 7th Travers this year, which is just incredible. It's been a lot of fun to follow Javier Castellano. Loading in for race 3, Belmont at the Big A. You'll be aboard the favorite Tivy here in the starter allowance. John and Brielle has the call.
Ready for the start of race 3. And they're off. And from the inside post, Payzone is out for the early lead and quickly opens up here by 2.5 lengths. Built to Last is running in second. And then comes Clubhouse in third. Tivy's on the far outside. Down towards the rail is Tenebris and another 2 lengths. Back to Baron's Legacy, who trails the field in 6th. Payzone steps away here. It's Payzone in front by 5 lengths now, going into the far turn. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Payzone is the leader. Then Tenebris down at the rail. Clubhouse in between horses. Tivy's on the outside. The trailers are Baron's Legacy and Built to Last. As they come for the quarter pole, Payzone still the one to catch here. Payzone in front as they head for home. Ran the half in 46 and 1/5 seconds. Payzone in front by 4 lengths as Tenebris comes on through towards the rail into second. Clubhouse is on the outside. It is Payzone in front here by 3. 16th out. Payzone by 2.5 lengths, drifting out a bit, but holding the lead as they come on for the finish, and it is Payzone wire to wire. Tenebris was second, Clubhouse third.
Maybe drifted out a little bit late, but held on. Payzone takes them every step of the way under Jose Lezcano.
And just as we were talking about with Jose Lezcano, really spots his horses well, makes the right kind of decisions, and always delivers that sort of consistent ride. Right choice today with a horse who had some speed from the rail. Just go, and it worked out.
He stepped away, as you can see, several lengths ahead of the rest of the field. And this is something I've learned over the years from Richie, too. He says if you have a horse with speed, don't try to slow it down on the front end. Don't invite the other horses in, because they stepped away from the field, which I really appreciate, and gave Payzone every shot to win, which he did.
And I think it really did make the difference because you saw him get tired in the later stages of this race, starting to drift out, other horses getting a little bit closer, closing in on him, and maybe if he had been a little bit closer to the rest of the field, they would have been able to come get him in the end.
1, 2, 5, 4 in race 3. There's a look at the Cantromasi brothers. There's Ilkay, at least. We showed the feature yesterday on the Cantromasi brothers, on Matt Ken and Ilkay. They didn't win a race on yesterday's card, but the feature angle just a little bit about 24 hours late, and we get a chance to see them. Truly a family affair. Great horsemen, great guys, and doing really well in the NYRA circuit.
And you can just tell when they talk about their horses, whether it's for a feature that we've recorded or you get the chance to discuss with them in person, they really take a lot of pride in the operation they're running, and they should. They've had so much success lately, just getting that big win with Evie Jets at a huge price up at Saratoga, and they just bring so much love for the game to the table.
Definitely been the star of their barn, but picks up a win here. The starter allowance for the Cantromasi's. Payzone takes them every step of the way. 5-1 winner, Payzone with Jose Lezcano in the saddle. Bringing prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Respect the law. He's earned it. Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. In the third race, Payzone took no prisoners, took them every step of the way. Jose Lascano in the saddle, using the Skelding's speed to get the victory, trained by the Cantormasi brothers, as we head down to Richie, post-race interview.
I always love interviewing these guys. And, okay, the Payzone has good speed, but he really blitzed the field early. Did you give Jose Lascano any instructions?
No, Jose came here. I said, Jose, I was everything, just good luck, you know. I told him if somebody is faster than you, just don't fight it. Let them go. If somebody is not going, we take the lead, we're going. Because last time in Saratoga, we went head to head. It was kind of fast. So today I said, just do your thing, and he did it.
And, you know, we're so lucky here in New York, as fans, as owners, trainers, that we have such a talented jockey colony. Is that something that you guys have gotten used to here? I mean, just to have guys that you can go 10 deep and be happy with the jockey you come up with?
Of course, here in Naira Circle, doesn't matter who rides your horse. Everybody is better than the other one. So whoever rides your horse, if your horse is ready, doesn't matter. The old jockeys are here, I think, one of the best in the world, not only here, in the world, you know. So we are lucky that we are riding kind of riders, you know.
Well, now you claim this horse, you guys claim this horse 2 back. What goes into the decision making about what horses you claim? Because you guys have been very successful. Obviously, Evie Jets comes to mind.
Yeah, most of the time, you know, like we when the overnight come out, we check the past performances, we look the races. Then most of the time, we never drop the slip before we see the horse. Me or Mert, we always somebody is over there, you know. We see the horse. We say always red light, green light. So if we like the horse, Mert is here or I am here. We say how is the horse looks, everything good, you know, looks good. So it says red light, green light. We do 2 things. So red light, green light.
Wow, I like that. Now you talk about Matt. Where is Matt?
He's in Kinlan at the sale right now.
Okay, so you're holding down the fort here. And guys, this is a dynamic duo. I love the respect and love between these 2 brothers, and they do an amazing job.
It's a family affair, and they certainly do. Richie, thank you. Ilkay Cantormasi, assistant trainer to his brother Marcan at Keeneland. The sales going on right now, as he mentioned, stocking up with the yearlings for the future, looking to get some big winners for next year. $13.60 winner in the 3rd race. Coming up this weekend, the Jockey Club Oaks, which has been won by some special horses.
There goes McCulloch up to challenge for the lead. Toscana Bell's in between horses and beside herself down at the rail. It is McCulloch ranging up on the outside, and McCulloch is now taking the lead. Toscana Bell continues to battle on, and down at the rail is beside herself. And now coming on late on the outside is Miss Yearwood. It is McCulloch with the lead. Toscana Bell not giving up. They come on for the finish, and it is McCulloch to win the Grade 3 Jockey Club Oaks.
McCulloch winning the 2022 Jockey Club Oaks with a big performance for trainer Chad Brown. He will not have a runner in this year's Grade 3 Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks coming up this weekend, but certainly knows how to win it. And she was a talented filly by Frankel, and winning Bobby Frankel's birthday.
pretty incredible story writing there for her, and she's one that she'd always really hinted at having this kind of ability, able to put things together for a big win of her own this day, and we've seen her continue to have success this year as well, able to beat a horse like Warlike Goddess too up at Saratoga, so certainly some big shoes to fill for everybody competing in this year's race tomorrow.
Here's a look at Saturday's Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks, 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf for the 3-year-old fillies. And as is sometimes the case with these big races, we see Charlie Appleby invading with a European runner. But one horse that's quite intriguing for trainer Graham Motion has already had 2 races here stateside, and that's the 7 Spearling Bog, who we saw run in the Belmont Oaks. It was her first race stateside, and then she went over to Laurel in an overnight stake in the Searching and just missed by a nose going a shorter distance.
She was cutting back in distance this day, but this is one too that you can see her, she's the number 8, really looking for a spot to run in this field that's getting more compact, coming down to the wire, and here finally able to get some clear running room in between horses, gets her nose down for a 2nd place finish. And while she may or may not appreciate added ground, you know that perhaps with a cleaner run in there, she might have been able to get the victory.
A horse that's in very good form right now is the 5 Highland Grace, making her graded stakes debut for trainer Barclay Tagg. She won her last 2 races, and as I've always felt, distance is her friend, and she really has seemed to appreciate getting some more ground. Skipped Saratoga, had a little bit of time between races, and she's coming in here off back-to-back victories.
And just as you mentioned, you know that the distance with this one will not be a problem whatsoever. She's able to get the victory in this last race over yielding turf, going 1.25 miles, broke her maiden over the 1 mile and 3/8 journey in the start prior to that, and was the horse with the turn of foot making up ground into a pace that did hold together. Sister Bridget coming back to run a very fast and then fade a race after that, but she's just improved so much since switching over to the grass, and you know that you're confident that she'll be able to go this journey of ground.
Making her stakes debut, the daughter of American Pharaoh, will be ridden by Javier Castellano. She's won her last 2 races for Barclay Tagg. It's an intriguing group. We'll see who can take the step forward in Saturday's Grade 3 Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks on the turf, as this will actually round out the Turf Triple Series for the fillies. And we've seen 2 different horses win the first couple of legs. It was Aspen Grove who won the Belmont Oaks. She would take on the boys in the Saratoga Derby, making Elusive Princess, who was the class coming in to that Saratoga Oaks, quite impressive in the rainstorm that took place in August. And we'll see who adds their name to that list tomorrow.
Rainstorm in August isn't necessarily pinning you down to one day, is it?
Could be any day. It could be any day from this summer up at Saratoga.
Absolutely true. And we'll see what ends up happening. There is, of course, the European Invader, who's going to take a lot of financial support and money, and as she should, because so often we just see with these European shippers, they just are better than our turf horses. But with this one, Eternal Hope, she has yet to actually win on the turf. So something to keep in mind if you're taking a very short price.
And both of her victories, though distance shouldn't be a problem, did come in the all-weather, as you mentioned, coming off of a 3rd place finish in a Group 2 in France last time out. That's the Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks coming up tomorrow afternoon. Back to today, our first turf race of the day on this Friday. Belmont at the Big A, 1 mile and 16th on the turf. New York bred allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. Let's go Big Blue. Currently the favorite, crossed the wire first in the Rick Violet last time out, only to be disqualified. Coming back with a vengeance today, looking to redeem himself. We'll talk more about this upcoming race, get a Paddock report, and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Reached the starting gate, it's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, how much did this cost?
Welcome back to America's Day at the races as we take a look at the two Agent Creed by Spendthrift Farm Stallion Jimmy Creed, as Agent Creed will rematch Sarah with a few others in this field, trying to make amends for finishing 4th as a favorite last time out.
And that was a race where the pace did hold together. Of course, as you mentioned, some of those similar rivals that he'll be facing today. But it's kind of an oddly run race in terms of the fractions and how things played out. And he was the one that was coming from off the pace in a race where that wasn't necessarily the successful way to win. So he could be interesting in here to try to turn the tables.
There he is, Agent Creed. He's a little bit of an intriguing horse because he's a very big horse. And when he was with trainer Ray Handel, they would always put blocks in the gate to keep him from kind of rocking back and not being settled. And his first start with Steve Asmussen, they didn't do that. And then last time out, brought the blocks back in the gate, again, to keep him from kind of rocking back. And he's just one of those horses that has the tendency to almost take up the whole space in the gate. There's no way to get him involved into the race early on.
And I guess that suits his running style, right? I mean, it could be more disadvantageous to a horse that wanted to show some more early position, so at least they know what they're dealing with him now and able to make that kind of adjustment, hoping that he'll have a little bit more success. And, of course, whether you're a closer or front runner, it doesn't help to not break out of the gate cleanly, especially in a turf race.
Intriguing field coming up here. Let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. We'll start with the 3 Rinaldi from the Jimmy Bond barn. I just really like the way this horse looks. He came off the bench in May and ran in the Kingston. And, you know, for a speed horse to be ready off an extended layoff is very difficult, no matter how good a conditioner is, because those horses tend to run more of the race. I like what I'm seeing from Rinaldi today. He looks very fit to me, shipping down from Jimmy Bond's, Saratoga base. I think, he's a chance here. He can get loose. Katie Davis has been riding so well and making such a good impression. And she's just somebody that brings such a positive attitude every day. Rinaldi from a good horseman and a good barn, obviously a family affair there as well. We talk about the Cantomasis as well as the Bond family. Rinaldi making a nice impression. The 5, Let's Go Big Blue, versatile sort, horse that can show speed. He won basically wire-to-wire 2 back. Last time was disqualified when he drifted out fairly severely late in the game. Not a huge imposing individual, but a very well-balanced individual. And, of course, Let's Go Big Blue. Bill Parcells, the owner, August Dawn Farm, coach of the Giants when they won the Super Bowl. So kind of an interesting name there with Let's Go Big Blue. The 6 Straight Arrow, first time on the turf for the son of Arrogate. Looks like a turf horse. It has that big, wide, flatter foot, longer, slacker pasterns. I don't know if he's going to love the turf, but he's certainly, from a physical perspective, you would think he should take to it very well. The 8 Citizen Kane also making a nice impression. Horse that should be forward. Seems like he runs his best races when he's involved early. Owned by Barry Schwartz, also bred by Barry and Cheryl Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. And then Ocala Dream. This horse really caught my eye. I like what I'm seeing from Ocala Dream. He hasn't won in quite a while. You'd have to go back to May of 2022. But I'm really interested in him. And from a physical perspective, he's a horse that I'm really intrigued with. I think he looks great. His coat is really checking the box for me. I like that rich, hydrated look from Ocala Dream. I'm leaning towards picking him right now, but I'm going to wait and see how they move on the racetrack. But Ocala Dream certainly making the right impression.
Getting some class relief, Ocala Dream. Richie, thank you. After facing the likes of City Man and Spirit of St. Louis in the West Point last time out, where he was a little bit more forwardly placed. And he kind of wears it on his sleeve. You can see when he's doing well. Sarah, he can get a little bit hot before his races. He often carries quite a bit of weight. Trevor McCarthy not riding here. Kendrick Harmouche will be aboard this one today.
And just as Richie mentioned, he has those races to go back to that certainly would make him a player in a spot like this. And, when he was at the Tom Morley barn, he was in a lot of those state-bred stakes races, and he was running more competitively at that time. He's only been with trainer Mike Maker now for a short period of time, and just really in over his head last time out in that West Point with where his form is at right now. I think any of the horses in a spot like this, if they were in that field, would be a huge price because it's just a classier field than what he's going to be facing in here today. So if you like him, he makes some sense, and he's a big price right now as well.
The number 5, Let's Go Big Blue, as Richie was touching on, won the Rick Violet last time, but did drift, and he kind of flipped back to his left lead, which was incriminating as well, and he ended up being disqualified as a result, making Ramblin' Wreck elevated to win in that Rick Violet. So a very tough defeat for this horse here today. After drifting, Jose Lezcano back aboard. Hopefully he can keep a straight course today.
Right, and this was one of those calls that I don't disagree that this was the right call to make. Now, we don't see a ton of consistency all the time with calls like this being adjudicated in the way that they were, but I do feel as though that was the right call on the day. And he sort of has this budding rivalry going with a horse like Ramblin' Wreck, who is not going to be playing in a spot like this today. He makes a lot of sense as your favorite. He's still fairly lightly raced. He's shown a lot of ability so far in his career. But 3-2 is awfully short on a horse where there's a lot more going on in this field outside of him and some interesting other alternatives.
He's an intriguing horse for sure. The 6 Straight Arrow that Richie touched on looking like a turf horse. He has pedigree for it too. He is the half-brother to Disco Partner, an incredibly talented turf sprinter, and banked nearly $1.5 million, and he looks quite a lot like Disco Partner too. I remember talking to Mike Deeney about him because I had seen this horse at the sale, the January sale, part of the Generazio Dispersal. We'll talk more about him in a moment, but he is quite quirky. Meeting the field, Click-a-Tat went by. Here's the 2, Agent Creed, son of Spendthrift Stallion, Jimmy Creed.
And those adjustments being made in the gate, just as you mentioned, likely to help him get out of there a little bit quicker. Maybe he gets some pace to close into today.
Speedy Rinaldi.
And he's just been on a diet of steady stakes company, now gets a little class relief.
Here's the 5, Let's Go Big Blue.
Try to turn the tables on the disqualification last time. You know the talent is there as your favorite.
Pedigree play. Here's Straight Arrow.
I have some interest in him, just as you mentioned, with that big turf pedigree. Does he want this distance, though?
King of Comedy, can he get back on track?
He's one that has shown some early speed, likely to be a part of the pace in here.
Citizen K, he's usually forward.
Another one that, just as you mentioned, wants to be up close early, but that was a slow pace he was a part of last time.
Ocala Dream coming out of the West Point.
Can he get back to some of those races we've seen in the past, like his win in the Kingston? If so, a player.
And Rough Draft, who set the pace last time out.
And just an oddly run race in that start on August 17th, as we mentioned, that many of them do come out of. I don't know that he ends up being the speed of the speed in a spot like this with some others that are likely to be quicker than him towards his inside.
Intriguing as to how it will play out, but he does come out of the same race as Citizen K and Agent Creed. We'll take a look at that race from back on August 17th. Barrage, the winner there, and these 3 will rematch. Rough Draft was forward, nearly got the win. Irad Ortiz will take over today.
And Citizen K really looked like he was going to go right on by this horse, and you see the 2 of them battling things out, and then another horse and Barrage coming to pick the 2 of them up, and Agent Creed is the one all the way towards the outside trying to make up some ground in the later stages, but this was just such a merry-go-round race, and with those slow fractions early, it makes a lot of sense, but do we see that play out today? I know we're always searching for some sort of speed in these turf races, but I think this is one that, at least on paper, features a little bit more than that one did.
He will be 6-1 to the outside as far as Rough Draft does go. Back to the 6 Straight Arrow to wrap up what I was saying there. Speaking of Mike Deeney this summer, when he won that New York Bred Allowance race at Saratoga, that was him coming in as a gelding. And I think that that's something that Straight Arrow really needed, much like was the case with Disco Partner, who was being very vocal prior to his races, maybe a little bit of a distracted type in general. The other half-brother, Mr. Chairman, who was out on the racetrack and was a turf horse as well, was also very vocal prior. And it seems like Straight Arrow is really starting to mentally put things together. And he's run well in the dirt. And given the pedigree, it is intriguing to see him try the turf.
And pedigree, at least on the sire side, suggests that he'll be able to go a little bit further. And Disco Partner, of course, was more successful sprinting on grass, but some of the siblings have been able to get a little bit more distance too. So if he takes to this surface and moves up on it and can handle the distance, I think he makes a lot of sense in here. And you're getting a very generous 12-1 right now. I know that that dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed, but I'd like to see him perhaps end up being a little bit off the pace in a spot like this where it looks like there could be some other speed on paper. And I just feel as though he's really interested in getting over to this surface because you know that he has the talent on the dirt.
Intriguing runner. For more, let's head back to Richie.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued with the 6 Straight Arrow. I seeing a turf horse looking at him, and he's shown ability on the dirt, which, you know, obviously if he improves on the turf, that he should be much, much better. I mean, with his pedigree and certainly with his physicality. I was talking with his trainer, Mike Deeney, and he just said he was a project, you know, a horse that was difficult to get started, didn't want to train properly. This is the first time he said he's hooked up with the pony and acted right in the post parade. So I think he's maturing mentally and, you know, physically he's already shown ability. And again, getting to the surface, which he's my top selection. I just, at 10-1, I just think there's too much to like. It's too attractive at a big price. The other horse at a big price that I like as well is the 9 Ocala Dream. I just think this horse is getting some class relief. I know he hasn't won in a very long time, but he does have races to go back to. And if he runs to his looks physically, I think you're going to see one of his A efforts today.
A generous price on a horse with some backlash. Richie, thank you. 12-1 on the number 9 Ocala Dream as they approach the starting gate. Final thoughts, Sarah?
I just think that now dropping a little bit in price to 10-1 for Straight Arrow, you're getting a pretty good deal here on a horse that could really improve on this surface. You know that he has the dirt form to bring over to it. And when you ask those questions of a horse doing something new for the first time, you want to do it at a price, and 10-1 is very fair to me.
6-5 though on the number 5. Let's Go Big Blue, trying to make amends after being disqualified last time out. That really was quite tough because he was so game and those 2 horses threw it down in that Rick Violet. As you said though, it did have some drifting. Certainly could be argued was the right call in there, but tough beat for Let's Go Big Blue. The problem is that as he's a 3-year-old, he's coming back here to face older horses once again, and this is a pretty salty group.
And I know you're looking at a horse that's dropping from Stakes Company, but this is a pretty good field, and a lot of them have been facing Stakes Company or even winning stakes in the past as well. So class relief, maybe not as much as it looks on paper in a spot like this.
He's 6-5. We'll see how it plays out as they load in for the first turf race of the day on this Friday. We send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Rinaldi and Let's Go Big Blue go out for the early lead with Citizen K. And on the far outside, it's Rough Draft. So 4 of them vying for the lead going into the turn. Click-a-tat is down at the rail and racing in 5th. King of Comedy is alongside in 6th, almost 3 lengths back to the gray. Straight Arrow, who's in 7th. Ocala Dream is 8th. Agent Creed trails the field in 9th. As they move up the backstretch now. And it is Rinaldi leading here by a half length. Rough Draft on the outside is second by a little more than a length. With Let's Go Big Blue sitting just in behind the front pair in 3rd. The quarter went in 23 seconds over the firm turf. Rinaldi leads, length and a half now. Rough Draft second by a head. Let's Go Big Blue down towards the rail. King of Comedy and Citizen K are 4th and 5th. Then a break of 2.5 lengths to Click-a-tat in 6th. Ocala Dream on the outside. Then comes Agent Creed, and Straight Arrow is the trailer, half mile 47 and 3/5 seconds. Rinaldi still with the lead here by a half length. Rough Draft on the outside, now getting closer in second. So it's Rinaldi and Rough Draft right together, coming for the head of the stretch. King of Comedy is just in behind, along with Let's Go Big Blue. Then Ocala Dream in fifth, and Citizen K. The field heads for home now. It's Rinaldi, Rough Draft. Straight Arrow has made up a lot of ground, but now nowhere to go. Ocala Dream kicks in on the outside. Here comes Let's Go Big Blue. King of Comedy is right there. And Agent Creed, who was last, putting in a big late run. As they come on for the finish, it will be Ocala Dream to win it. Agent Creed got up for second. Let's Go Big Blue was third.
Ocala Dream with the win, coming out of significantly tougher competition. Appreciated his company today.
He did, and he got a pretty good setup in here as there was some actual pace that materialized in this race. He was able to sit a nice, comfortable trip, getting that clear run on the outside and able to get his first win for the Maker Barn as well. And great call by Richard Migliore.
Loved what he saw from him in all the preliminaries. And as you said throughout the earlier part of the race, wow, there's actually some pace. As we see on the outside, Ocala Dream with the late run. The 5, Let's Go Big Blue, your favorite. He took a long time to switch leads, and then he switched back to the inside left lead. Might have just gotten nabbed for second by Agent Creed, but he looks like he's not the easiest horse to ride.
No, and you have to give him some credit too, because he was up close, and the two horses that finished first and second did come from off the pace. So he was one that they kind of made the decision early on, Jose Lezcano did, to take back a little bit at least off of the pace that was materializing in front of him. And I think that was a big difference maker, because otherwise he might have gotten caught up in those early fractions and not finished as well as he did.
Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I mean, listen, turf racing's all about trips, and Ocala Dream got a really nice ride and trip from Kendrick Carmouche, but the 6-horse Straight Arrow got stymied in traffic. Now, you know, when a jockey gets through on the inside saving ground, he's a hero, and when he gets stymied in traffic the way Straight Arrow did with Joel Rosario, he is the GOAT, right? He's the one who's got to take the, and I don't mean the greatest of all time, he's got to take the blame for it. So, you know, one thing about it, you're going to win more races saving ground on the turf. You live by the sword, you also die by the sword.
Straight Arrow with a tough trip indeed, Richie. He's one to watch moving forward. Was very far back early, Sarah, and while he did get pace to run at, he had no clear sailing throughout the running, and especially as we talked about him being a little bit of a quirky type, for a horse like that to have to kind of check and re-rally some of that momentum, not an easy thing to do.
No, and of course, going into the turn, it looked like Joel Rosario was going to be a genius for saving all the ground that he did and waiting to make the move, because he was coming with a run up the rail, and then he just didn't get to the spot that was ahead of him, and suddenly the spot was no longer available. Had to shift towards the outside and just did not have enough run left or momentum to end up in the superfecta.
12-1 winner. Great call by Richard Migliore with Ocala Dream getting the win. Pickup mount for Kendrick Carmouche. All smiles. 9-2-5-7 in the 4th. Belmont at the Big A. That'll do it for Sarah and I on the set for now. I'll be back reporting later, but Sarah, as you're stepping away, share your thoughts on the winter memories today.
Well, it's a contentious race. I'm really excited to see how it ends up going. It's a little bit more competitive, honestly, than tomorrow's Jockey Club Oaks. It'll be exciting to see who prevails in that division, but I think that you can find a price in there later on, perhaps one of the bigger priced Chad Browns.
Will be a fun one. Chad Brown with that horse coming in off the also eligible list will send out 4 in today's Winter Memories. That's all still to come, and still to come, Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Ocala Dream with the win in the 4th. Belmont at the Big A. Prices, reactions, and a lot more live racing when we come back.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
As they head to the
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the fourgo.
Gunrunner. Breed true.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard McGarry here with winning rider Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick, you contributed an absolutely picture-perfect ride in Ocala Dream. What were you thinking when you were so far back early into the first turn?
Well, you know, I warmed him up good, Richie. We're going to start there. I warmed him up good, and he didn't feel like a horse. Like, you know, I usually leave the pony and make him warm up good. He didn't want that. He just left the pony. It was nice and easy. So I said, you know what? You know, they always try to keep this horse, you know, 4 or 5 in the race, but I just let him drop back, and he was doing the same little thing that he was doing in the post parade. But when I turned down the backside, reach and tighten my reins up, I start getting position. By the time I got to the half-a-mile pole, I was right behind Mike Maker, other horse. I just had to leave him there and make sure everybody go inside, and when I angled, he gave me just enough to get home.
You know, watching the race, it seemed to me the key to the race was when you kind of eased out down the backstretch and allowed your horse to start progressing going forward. And you had Straight Arrow, who wound up getting a rough trip inside you. Getting first run on that horse seemed to be the key.
Yeah, Richie, I let him relax at the first quarter to let him get his feet underneath him. But once we turned on the backside, those guys were still just sitting there. And, I know how fast they was going in front of me. I just wanted to get a little closer just in case Lascano kick away from us. I could have run him down, but he was stuck in the pocket. I thought I made the right decision, but I did have the horse to do that. You really have to have the horse to do that. You can't just do that on a normal basis.
Well, but it certainly was the right decision. Now, this was a pickup mount, and I know when I was riding, I'd go into a day knowing what I was riding. I'd be prepared to ride my 5 or 6. And sometimes picking up horses kind of would throw me off kilter a little bit, but obviously this was a live pickup mount. How do you prepare when you pick up one late like that?
You just watch the replays. I know the horse from riding in New York for a while, but I went and watched his replays. I figure every jockey gave him a good chance to win the race, but I thought I was going to do something a little different today by letting him drop back and letting him make a run, and it worked out for me, sit, watch your replays, study your race, see who got to be in front of you, see who's going to be behind you, make your move. If it's a winning move, it's a winning move, but you got to do what's best for you whenever you're out there to make the right decision.
Well, you made all the right moves here. And, guys, it's fun for me to watch a guy that prepares so well and executes even better.
Louisiana, baby.
Louisiana indeed in the house with that victory. Well done, Kendrick Carmouche, pickup mount victory. And you were just telling me off air, perfect ride to get that win from Kendrick.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's the little things in rides when you think about it. Obviously, they were moving up front, and that spread the field out, and Kendrick was able to understand and take advantage of that. But everything, he sort of knew that Agent Creed was a horse he had to deal with. So he had him inside of him, but then he got away from him. But on the turn, when the field was coming together, he didn't panic. He didn't go 4 wide early. He stayed in the 2-bath as long as he could before angling out at the end. And, yeah, as he said, you've got to be on the horse to get you there. But if you give them the kind of ride that Kendrick did, he gives him every chance to win. As it turned out, this horse wouldn't so easily. Maybe it wouldn't have quite mattered, but Kendrick made all the right moves there. That was a terrific ride.
27-40 for the victory there at Ocala Dream. Nice call. I know you like this one as well. Agent Creed, let's go Big Blue. 2nd and 3rd in the race that kicked off the pick 6. Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire. into Mischief, and it's a race that's going to kick off the late Big Five as well. Mile and a 16th on the turf. New York breds, maiden special weight, and some very interesting pedigrees on some first-timers in this field.
No, I agree. This is a very interesting race. You've got a couple horses that sort of ran well in the race, but you've got incredible amounts of pedigree for the turf for horses, especially in this New York bred race, both of them Oscar performances.
Yeah. By the way, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, good to be with you. We just stepped in a little earlier than expected.
You're definitely not Acacia Courtney.
No, we could never pull that off. But good to be with you. And we're going to take you to the second half of this card here coming up, which includes our feature today, the Winter Memories. 10 will line up going a mile on the turf. 3-year-old fillies featured today and tomorrow. And first of all, $135,000 in this one. Chad Brown, he will send out 4 in the race, including tax implications. It was 4th most recently in the Lake Placid and runner-up to stablemate surge capacity to Lake George this summer at Saratoga.
And those who think that Greg Wolf can't count, the number 14, Get Your Kicks, gets in. Tax implications has been very good, and she's been running against really some of the better horses, especially in these distance races. Today's kind of the day is to put up or shut up a little bit because she's not meeting surge capacity. Now she is meeting Liguria, but Liguria did have the benefit of a race and a better trip. Liguria draws the rail today and gets a firmer course. You're starting to wonder, at least I am a little bit with tax implications, when she's going to seal the deal, because she's lost in all of her races since her maiden win, but she's done it at a high level.
Today could be the day. Comes into this one in very sharp form. Manny Franco will be aboard for Chad Brown, one of the 4 he's going to send out in the race. Sweet Blue's got aces. Moving to the Graham Motion Barn. Last time this filly was seen, a victory at Belmont going a mile distance.
Yeah, and this is her race here last year in the Tepin. You could argue, though there was only 1 race in each course, that being inside speed was to her advantage, but this is a horse that ran a race that's close to fast enough to win this, Greg, as a 2-year-old, and we know how much they improved from 2 to 3, and she started to show that improvement this year once she got out of Florida. She was sold in the auction for $380,000, switched to Graham Motion, which is never a bad thing, and I just thought she was very dangerous in here. I took her to win.
Yeah, and as you talked about races as a 2-year-old that could win this, and now she just matched that biggest figure. Comes in fresh, going to a very, very dangerous barn. Lot to like with Sweet Blue's got aces in this spot, no question.
Tough race. This race is ungraded. It's not an ungraded field. Yeah. This is a graded stake race field.
So it'll be the first start in the Graham Motion Barn. You got a New York bred for Christophe Clement, Silver Skillet, trying to win 3 in a row. She won the Susie O'Kane this summer at Saratoga and one of her 2 wins at the meet.
You can't be excited by the fact that Orange Freeze, who finished 2nd and also took advantage of the quick pace the way Silver Skillet did, ran as badly as she did yesterday. Now, you don't want to get overly caught up in that, but she is getting a massive class test. And I think you're Christophe Clement, you figure, you know what? She has no New York bred conditions. Who knows when a 9 winners a 1's going to go for open company here. Let's see if she can compete at this level. If not, we'll find more appropriate races for her.
Did beat Orange Freeze pretty easily in that spot.
She did, but Orange Freeze did not run well yesterday. I mean, listen, you don't want to get too caught up in that, and if you like her, she's got to be a big price today, right?
5-1 morning line.
I'd like to book her at 5-1.
Joel Rosario for Clement. Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. What looks like potentially a wide open, very competitive, though, Winter Memories. 3-year-old fillies in that spot, and of course 3-year-old fillies tomorrow as well. And Secret Wish going here, getting on a new surface for the first time. One of the top 3-year-old fillies really in the country on dirt. She was a runner-up at the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Just had a huge work on grass.
Now, if I were Junior Alvarado, I would be scared to get on horses because I'm scared to get on horses. But if I were at the Courage Junior, I'd go with Loose Week, who's got aces. But if he doesn't, this filly could be the controlling speed in this race. She has enough pedigree to handle it. You talked about the workouts being good. She's clearly very talented, and I think the George Weaver Barn is seeing if they can open up some new avenues for her. We know she's good, but is she good in the grass?
Yeah. 2nd of the Gulfstream Park Oaks earlier this year at Gulfstream. Then that narrow defeat when Wet Paint was the only one who was able to come and get her in that Grade 1. 1.25 miles, maybe just a little bit beyond what she wanted to do, which for many is what the case is.
And it was also a track that was very kind inside speed, and she was running against better horses. And I think they probably came down to the decision of, should we run here and take a shot in the grass or take a shot in the cotillion, a Grade 1 for $1 million? and they probably sort of wisely said she may not be good enough to compete there. Let's see what she can do on the grass, and if she doesn't do well, we've moved the Mother Goose, which is at one time was one of the most important 3-year-old filly race in the country. We've moved that to October 28th. So the calendar works perfectly. If she doesn't run well on the turf, go back and try a race like that won't be as tough as a race like the Cotillion or a race they're running the next weekend, I think, at Santa Anita.
One of the most, would you agree, she's one of the most interesting runners we have on the card today to see what she does on the grass?
She's interesting because she is very talented and she has enough pedigree. You point out the workouts. I tend to shy away from these horses because they're usually overbet, but she's 6-1 morning line. At the same price as Silver Skillet, I'd like to, book Silver Skillet to bet her because I don't see what Silver Skillet's done that's good enough to win here. We know that Sacred Wish is good enough to compete if she can handle the turf.
Yeah. That is coming up. That'll be race 8, 4:49 Eastern start time for that one. Late pick 5 coming up next. We'll begin in this New York bred maiden special weight at 1.16 miles on the grass. We talked about some big pedigrees in here. Certainly one of them a little bit naughty outside the 12, who is 6-1 on the board right now. Oscar Performance filly, who is so good on the grass, and this dam produced Grade 1 Manhattan winner Real Solution, who won $1.3 million.
Not taking a lot of money right now, especially with IRAD. The post isn't great. The 8 has a big pedigree as well. And there's something sexy about taking pedigrees, especially at prices in these races. And sometimes I think we do it to the detriment of horses that have run in the grass and run reasonably well.
Yeah, one of those right now, horse who's favored. That's Once an Eagle. New audience joining us right now. Welcome to those just joining us here on America's Day at the Races on Valley Sports SoCal San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up on this first Friday of the meet. Belmont at the Big A, and our feature for those just joining us, we were just talking about it. Winter Memories, 10 3-year-old fillies will line up, including runner-up of the Coaching Club American Oaks on dirt. Sacred Wish for George Weaver getting on turf for the very first time. Chad Brown, of course, setting out 4 fillies in the race.
Yeah, and Greg's pointing that out. He gets in with the number 14 in here as well. It'll be a big price getting his 4th in there. But it's not just the Chad Brown affair. There are other interesting players in here. This race came up, while it's an ungraded race, came up extremely tough. It's sort of making a gap. We used to run this late in the year. We're not going to run turf racing, necessarily turf stakes, as late in November as we have in the past. We'll be using these courses for a full 3 months, and we did not run the risk averse this summer in Saratoga, and this race sort of fits the same bill as that risk averse.
And we look forward to a competitive group that's going to line up. It's part of this late pick 5. Let's take a look at the action we have ahead for you, presented by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 coming up on a fast and firm Belmont at the Big A here. Race 5 will kick it off here in just 10 minutes. And as talked about, that Winter Memories, our feature, part of the sequence, will close things out in the 9th, sprinting on the turf in the New York bred maiden special weight. So a look at, Andy talked about one with experience, and there is the 7, Once an Eagle, debuted on grass this summer, Saratoga. And in the stretch, had to pretty much stop behind a wall of horses.
Yeah, that was a very frustrating, as Richie likes to say, an unlucky trip for Flavien Prat. Sort of every move he tried to make, a horse stopped in his face. But it was also a fast-paced race that collapsed, so it might have been playing in his favor had he not gotten blocked. And the horse who set the pace in the race is a number 5, Run for Your Honey, who was involved in the pace and didn't run that badly, finishing 4th, beaten 9 lengths. So I think both of these horses are players in here. The 7, though, Once an Eagle on that Trouble, is taking the bulk of the play.
Yeah, 5-2 favorite right now. Let's head downstairs and see how they look with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm going to talk about a couple of horses that haven't tried turf yet, and one that's a first-time starter. We'll start with the 1, Denver's Alley. I just like the way she's turned out for trainer Dave Duggan. Certainly, from a physical perspective, looks like she'll appreciate the turf. She's got that kind of turf hoof that I like to see. Again, the longer, slacker pasterns. I think she really is making a nice impression here. She got off a little bit slow and got to pulling really hard. I hope she can work out a decent enough trip. She has post 2, even though she's number 1 for Katie Davis. The 2-horse Boxed Wine, who actually breaks from the rail. I thought this filly actually showed run on the dirt first time, finished with interest. Another one that I think will really appreciate the move to the turf, looking at it from a physical perspective. I really like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock as well. And then the first time starter from the Bill Mott barn, number 8, she is all business. She certainly has a turf pedigree. She certainly has a turf build and physicality. She looks almost a little bit, I don't want to say sleepy, but maybe just not as clued in to the proceedings yet. I'm going to keep an eye on her as we get to the track, but she looks like a quality filly all around, and I'm very interested in her too, but I do think she'll be better with a race under her belt.
And maybe, you know, the name would suggest that too. They're missing an S on business. She is all business with 1 S.
Yeah, or maybe they ran out of characters. I'm never really sure. Maybe there is a She's All Business with 2 S's. A little bit naughty. You wonder if a little bit naughty is a badly behaved, right? I mean, I always wonder sometimes if these names have to do with the horses they are. Listen, these horses have exceptional pedigrees in here and could easily be runners, and they're from barns that know how to win and win with first-time starters. Still, they're not taking that much money. I mean,
it's
both
surprising.
8 and 12 could be much, much shorter here. I mean, it just seems a little surprising they're not taking any money. It's not like those pedigrees are hidden, especially these days.
Oh, you saw Dylan Davis, the pilot who will be on this one here, Run for Your Honey, was forwardly placed in the second turf start, debuted sprinting, then went a mile and a 16th, and was on the lead as expected coming out of that sprint a couple of starts earlier, and then weakened late. Why can we expect a better finish today from her?
Because she was involved in a pace that was extremely tough. I mean, look at the final time, and just look at the way the race was run. That pace completely incinerated. And I know 9 lengths is a lot, but it had more to do with the fact that they were going fast up front and the pace setters were falling apart. And I think the Run for Your Honey ran well in there. Now, she's going to have to rate in here because between the 1, the 3, and the 6, you've got some horses that have shown enough speed when they've run in dirt races. It doesn't always transfer, but normally you'd have to think at least 1 or 2 of them will be faster than she is. But maybe she can rate. She tried it last time out, wasn't quite as effective, but that was on the dirt. I think turf is the right surface for her.
Dylan Davis ready to hop aboard momentarily on this 2-year-old filly for Mike Maker. And there he is, getting a leg up. 9-2 in her third turf start ahead. But favoritism still to Once an Eagle. And it's just a bit of an unknown. Would she have continued to run and put in a big finish in that turf debut? She did get turf in her second start. It came off and moved to the dirt.
No, it's a very valid question. And I picked this horse on top. I also didn't think she'd be 5-2. You have to ask yourself, what's a fair price to take? And the thing is, bettors love troubled trips a little too much, and maybe I'm as guilty of that as anyone.
Big pedigree here with Denver's Alley, the second dam, the great Ipatombe, who was a 15-time winner on turf.
We were talking about this horse in Saratoga, didn't get on the turf that day, and did not have the best of trips that day either.
Boxed Wine gets the rail.
Well, I don't know if the horse is good enough to win. But, you know, I'm a guy that's been known to have a box of wine in my life.
It's my first experience with wine. Coney, John Villat, don't knock it till you've tried it.
Age 11. I think this is the 4-horse first-time starter has a little pedigree for turf, but not that much.
Here's the speedy Run for Your Honey with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, we'll see how forward she is in this race, but she's a dangerous player.
Bossy Jeans, turf trip came at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, didn't do any running. Obviously, would have to improve. Big price.
The favorite did get stopped in that turf debut at Saratoga this summer, Once an Eagle.
No, I'm sure Flavien Prat has one thing in his mind. Let me not get in trouble today. If I lose, not because I got blocked.
She's all business, big pedigree here for this Bill Mott runner.
And yet her price goes up. That cannot be construed as a good sign.
Here's Free for Me, first-time starter, Central Banker filly.
Greg's going to take a break from the show and go down the winner's circle, apparently, if this horse wins the race.
Yeah, we had some of the ownership group invite us in. Born for Greatness, blinkers on, start number 2.
But don't get excited at home. We're not going. We'll see what happens. Has very little turf pedigree.
Isaac Castillo getting a pickup mount on Bertrill.
Yeah, another first-time turfer, but once again, this one doesn't have much pedigree. It's a big price.
And one of the biggest pedigrees in this field here, a little bit naughty. Danny Gargan trains Arad Ortiz Jr.
I mean, it wasn't just Real Solution, who won almost $1.4 million in multiple Grade 1s, including the Manhattan and Arlington Million, but it's 4 total turf winners, both the 8 and 12. That's an unusual amount of turf pedigree.
And real quick, the 3, who we didn't catch first time around, Awesome Check. Horatio De Paz trains getting on turf for the first time, start number 3.
I think the connection would have been happier if it rained more and this race came off the turf, but should be forward. Taking a lot of money based on dirt races. Do not like that one.
So back to the pedigree with this one, a little bit naughty. So the Dam produced Arlington Million winner, moved up via DQ, and actually won the Grade 1 Manhattan as well. And here is that performance back in 2014.
I always like looking back on these races, of course. And this is Manhattan, which we probably ran on Belmont Stakes Day in 2014. And he was just a good horse. He got a terrific ride, a terrific trip in here. But he was a very, very good horse. Ken Ramsey horse, trained by Chad Brown.
1.3 million in earnings. Dam of a little bit naughty produced this one, Reach for the Heavens. Also produced Costana, graded 6th place on the turf. Ava's Kitten was a 4-time winner on the turf and a stakes winner as well. So it's not just a one-off, but even if it was, the one-off was pretty darn good. 6-1 now from that outside post with a Rat Ortiz.
Now back to 7. Just not much money for the. Listen, these horses can win. I don't want to tell you they can't win. I just kind of expected they'd take more money, didn't you? I don't know what morning lines were they. I think 9-2 on the 12.
9-2 on the 12.
Yeah, what was the 8?
And 5-1 on She's All Business, the 8.
So it's a tough guess. And because these are also barns that get bet. Danny Gargan takes money. The 12 was ridden by Rat Ortiz. Do you think people are scared a little bit because of the post, maybe?
That could be it.
It feels that could really have a lot to do with it, right?
Potentially. I mean, this is a lot of money they spent on this one, too. Let's ask Mig his thoughts here post-wise. How much does that concern you, Mig, being out here in post 12?
Oh, it's a big concern, particularly with a first-time starter. Let's start down towards the inside, and we'll get back to the 12. But we'll start with the 2, Boxed Wine. This is going to be my top selection. I just really think she's going to appreciate getting to the turf. And as far as Boxed Wine, well, guys, I boxed with Wine, and Wine won. So I like the horse Boxed Wine. I just think that her first race was good. I think it was a good race to build on the dirt. And I think she's getting to the proper surface today. The 8, She Is All Business, very well turned out. Nice-looking daughter of Oscar Performance. But she also seems very laid back, almost like I think the race will just do her a lot of good mentally, kind of clue her in to what to expect. But maybe that's just her personality. She just seems like a very laid-back individual, at least watching her here. And then the 12, a little bit naughty. The post is problematic. A young horse. Young horses have a tendency, like water, to run to empty space. So, you hope that she gets away cleanly. She's a completely different type than the 8, even though they're both by Oscar Performance. She just seems a lot more intense, a lot more in the bridle, right? Really kind of picked up the bit pretty hard with Rat Ortiz Jr. leaving the pony and warming her up very good. But she just seems a little bit of a more intense kind of personality. And I think out of the 2, she'd probably be forward. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the break, though. And, of course, like anything, trips in turf racing, so important.
Indeed, it's an art form, and this is going to be the one that kicks off the pick 5, and a 6-furlong sprint on the turf will close out the sequence.
Also a very interesting race, and it's nice to get to see these 2-year-olds on the turf, because it feels like we lost about 60% of the 2-year-old turf races that were scheduled this summer in Saratoga, and so many people never got an opportunity to run. I mean, all these horses were entered up in Saratoga in a race that got rained off about a week or 2 ago. Well, 2 weeks ago probably, but it's nice to see them get a chance to run, and you never know. Look, and some will say they're New York breds. We've seen some very good New York breds that have been able to go into the bigger races, and any one of these horses would like to have a chance to get into a stake race and then perhaps qualify for the Breeders' Cup, though it's getting a little late now.
This one here, though, with that turf race under her belt in the debut, when she got stopped in traffic in the stretch, has been favored throughout and has come down even a little bit more now to 2-1 for Once an Eagle for Christophe Clement with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I never imagined she'd be this short. Now, she was 7-2 on the morning line, so I guess it's not that surprising. But it's a function of the fact, if you think about, the 5 and 9-2 in the morning lines and the 8 and 12, and they're 8 and 6. So the money that isn't on them, it all basically went on to the number 7, right? It's kind of like they went to the horse and experience with the trip, and they're not going to the firsters. The horse that's getting bet that I would bet against is the 3 Awesome Check. She has speed. Who knows? Mendelssohn's a scat daddy. He could provide some turf pedigree. But she looks better than she is because of her dirt races, and she doesn't have a pedigree that suggests she's supposed to improve on turf. And I just think there's too much going on that I would take her. Doesn't mean others might not like her, and they may be right.
5-1 on that 3. And Manny Franco will be back aboard for the turf debut.
I'd rather bet your horse, the 1 Denver's Alley, at 11-1. or even the 2 box of wine that Richie mentioned. I would rather have horses like that who are bigger prices and have some turf pedigree, especially because the 12 and 8 aren't bet. And because horses like the 1 and 2, they were never going to take a lot of money.
Yeah.
So if anything, you could argue that they're 9 and 12 to 1. They're actually taking kind of more money than the 8 and 12, if that makes sense.
Yeah, boxed wine, Dam, the 2, will have the rail. Multiple stakes winner on dirt. Never tried turf, but the second Dam, so minor stakes winner on the grass, so a little bit of turf pedigree there. And, yeah, very close to double-digit odds. Javier Castellano for Phil Antonacci from that inside post with a 2 box wine. We're set for the start of this late pick 5 of the first Friday of the meet here, Belmont at the Big A on our FS2 coverage and regional networks out in Southern California. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started.
Waiting now for Bossy Jeans and A Little Bit Naughty. They're in the gate. And they're off. Once an Eagle, away well. Awesome Check is there. Down at the rail, it's Denver's Alley, and Coney now moves up as they straighten away with Denver's Alley leading. Coney runs in second. Bossy Jeans up on the outside into third. And then Awesome Check is next in fourth. Followed by Once an Eagle in fifth. To her outside is Born for Greatness in sixth. And then comes Boxed Wine, saving ground down at the rail and in seventh. As we come back to Run for Your Honey, who's running in eighth, followed by A Little Bit Naughty in ninth. Bertrill is in 10th. The trailers are Free for Me, and She is All Business. Opening quarter, 23 seconds. Denver's Alley is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Coney chases in second, and it's another length. Back to Bossy Jeans in third. Down at the rail is Awesome Check running in fourth. Once an Eagle in fifth, 5 lengths from the front. Then comes the duo of A Boxed Wine, and moving up on the outside is Born for Greatness, and they're followed by Run for Your Honey, half mile 49 and 1. Denver's Alley continues to lead here. The lead is 3/4 of a length. Coney, the gray, running in second. Bossy Jeans on the outside is third and getting closer. And then comes Awesome Check, followed by Once an Eagle, who's being asked for more. And to her outside is Born for Greatness. Run for Your Honey picks it up from the back of the pack. 3/4 in 1:15 and 2. Here comes Bossy Jeans now up to challenge for the lead. Awesome Check is coming on. Boxed Wine is looking for a way through, is down towards the rail. Here's Awesome Check. Here's Boxed Wine. And the two of them come on to the finish with Run for Your Honey in third. Awesome Check wins it under Manny Franco. Then Boxed Wine and Run for Your Honey.
Awesome Check, first time on turf and start number 3 with a victory.
I feel I deserve some of the credit for getting this horse in the winner's circle. Could not have given this horse a better ride. Manny was able to save ground, was able to rate in the race that the pace was honest in, come out and get the perfect trip and get it done. Congratulations, yeah, this horse, not one I could have.
7-2.
And a race with so much turf pedigree and so many interesting pedigrees, a couple of them at prices, one of them who ran very well in the number 2 Boxed Wine. Richie was talking about this horse who really had no pedigree to speak of, but had run okay in the dirt, was the one that got it done. Listen, these are the kind of horses I spent my life betting against. Doesn't mean they don't win occasionally.
A lot of late money, too. 5-1 down to 7-2.
12 running a little late there. What do you think, Greg? We have to watch that trip. You know what was bad? 7. That horse got a perfect trip. That horse was bad.
Yeah.
7-2. Took all the late money.
3-2-5-12. Manny Franco for Horatio de Paz. Barry Schwartz, Silks, heading to the winner's circle to kick off this late pick 5. And not a ton of turf pedigree to speak of. First foal from this dam. But looks like she certainly took to it here.
It's not always about pedigrees, but over the long term, in my opinion, betting horse that ran a little bit in the dirt without a ton of pedigree, but Mendelssohn's a scat daddy, as we said before the race, but still, this horse got a perfect trip and got it done. Like I said, not one I could have had, but congrats if you did. Box 1, if you have that one at 9-1, tough beat.
7-2 to kick off the late pick 5 with an awesome check. We'll have the prices when we come back. Get into the late pick 4 as well, as live coverage of the first Friday of this Belmont at the Big A meet continues here on FS2.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Manny Franco in the winner's circle to kick off the late pick 5 of this Friday card for Horatio de Paz. Silks of Barry Schwartz. And first time on the turf, a winning effort for this filly by Mendelssohn. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and really pleased to be joined here by Horatio. Awesome check. I mean, she had taken money on debut, maybe a little disappointing, but the surface switch really helped, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, I liked her first time out, thought she would run well after the race. Thought maybe the distance not like to be rushed. So then we tried her a little bit longer, and she just she ran a decent race, but it wasn't what we expected out of her. And Manny said, you know, definitely try her turf, and he liked her today when he came out to Paddock. He's like, I really like her today, so that was just the question mark if she liked the turf course.
And worked out a really nice trip, too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he rode her really well, so.
So what's it been like for you? I mean, you really, the last couple of years, things have really picked up. Your stable keeps continually growing, and training for people like Barry and Cheryl Schwartz.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, obviously, you know, Barry's the one that brought me to New York, so my loyalty to him is, you know, I'm very grateful for that. And, you know, his horses, he has a good breeding program, and it's developed from there. You know, picked up other owners and had a little bit of a tough Saratoga, but horses ran really well, and hopefully they continue on from here.
How frustrating is that as a trainer? You can get horses ready, but then you got to turn the keys to the car over to the jockey, and you got to hope for good trips. And I'm not saying you got bad rides or anything, but certainly trips play a part. Is it frustrating to have a horse run well and just not break through when you're in a run like that?
I mean, in the moment you want to win because we're obviously a competitive group of people, but I was happy that the 2-year-olds debuted very well. Everything ran pretty honest, and they should be able to move forward from that.
Well, always looking to the future and developing horses, and that's something that you seem to be so adept at, seemingly getting horses ready for a career more than just a race.
Yeah, we try to. It's easy when you get 2-year-olds and you can develop them however you want. And worked for Todd for a long time where he got a lot of 2-year-olds and saw his development with them. So kind of take that on board.
Well, a good horseman here. Somebody I had the pleasure of working horses with when he was working for Todd Pletcher. He's a pretty good rider, too.
He can do it all. And he's got a good one, it looks like, on the turf with this performance. Awesome check, taking to the new surface, winning here at 7-2.
I thought Richie was fishing for a compliment there. He was hoping Rossio would say, you were a pretty good rider too, Richie. No such luck, Mig.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Awesome Check. And we'll see, still, with those horses that have those big pedigrees, the 8, she's all business, the 12 a little bit naughty. Look to that next second start coming up.
Yeah, I'd like to watch the race again. I'm watching a little bit of head on right now. It's hard for us, another candle to watch. But the horse did do some running at the end. As far as the 8, you never really know. But you can't condemn a horse off one start.
Pick 4 next. 6.5 furlongs, main track, and a maiden special weights. And La Gravina, Linda Rice runner, coming off a training title where she tied Chad Brown for that title, Saratoga, her 5th straight on the circuit with La Gravina, who has opened up at a short price. A couple of interesting first-timers in this field as well. We'll talk more about when we return. And we'll look ahead to tomorrow, our ABR race of the week. Basic-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, and Highland Grace already a win at this 1 3/8 distance as she makes her graded stakes debut ahead.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Many of the successes of Three Chimneys has, been done through partnerships, which is something that we've really embraced. But our most notable and significant partnership would be that of Gun Runner. He won his first 2 races, started at Churchill Downs, and then went on and took several of the Derby prep races. He took the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and ran 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Grade 1 Clark as a 3-year-old, and then his 4-year-old campaign was absolutely brilliant. He won 4 Grade 1s that year, including the Stephen Foster, the Whitney, the Woodward, topped it off with the Breeders' Cup Classic win. And the next year, before retiring stud, he captured the Pegasus World Cup.
Watching Gun Runner in the Whitney win the race, and towards the very end of it, we all found out that he had a shoe in his tail dangling behind him while he was winning this race. It really goes to show you that he looks past the problems and goes for the finish line.
It's been quite amazing what Gun Runner's accomplished so far as a stallion. To come out with this 2-year-old crop, you have a champion 2-year-old filly who won the Breeders' Cup. You also have Good Night, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2 in the Hopeful. And then the next year, they just keep coming out running, and it's, different horses. You have an Arkansas Derby winner, you have a Preakness winner, a Pennsylvania Derby winner with Cyberknife and early voting, Taba, even a Cotillion Stakes winner with Society, and to have 6 first crop Grade 1 winners is very significant. And in the 2022 Haskell, Gun Runner finished 1-2 in that race with Cyberknife and Taba, so it's very exciting.
He's got this wonderful, he knows how special he is attitude about it, and it really kind of makes us feel like we're real special too, so that helps the morale of the group.
Three Chimneys being a part of Gun Runner's race career, and then getting him to see him come here, stand as a stallion, and experience the success that he's had. It's really come full circle.
It feels very prestigious to be able to say that we manage Gun Runner.
Echo Zulu on the inside, and Good Night Olive. 1-2 in the ballerina with a furlong left to go, and Echo Zulu puts her away, opening up through the stretch. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina.
2 pretty incredible offspring of Gun Runner that made their imprints early on. For Steve Asmus and Echo Zulu, and that ballerina was out of this world this summer. And then Gun Night finally getting the better of Elite Power, and the reigning sprint champ.
Shows how versatile Gun Runner is as a sire, right? He even had turf winners, but 2 tremendous sprinters, 2 of the best sprinters in the country, and top routers. Echo Zulu was the star of a star-filled summer in Saratoga, though.
No question. Here's Gun Night finally beating the reigning sprint champ in the 4-go. And how about Gun Runner? #1 first crop sire, #1 second crop sire, and this year #1 third crop sire with black type winners, graded stakes winners, and in earnings.
No, I mean, you look at the number 8, we'll talk about this race that cost $400,000. From the dam side pedigree, you might pay $400 for the horse. But Gun Runner makes people spend a lot of money, and for good reason.
Oh, here's the first-time starter by Gun Runner, who sold for over $400,000. Chad Brown will debut for Klarovich Stables with Manny Frankel. Let's head downstairs to Mig for more on this group.
Yeah, let's just concentrate on the 8-horse thought experiment. Listen, Gun Runner is nothing short of sensational. This is a very sharp-looking young horse, 3-year-old filly that looks very intelligent. And, there's a couple of things that make up a good horse. Obviously, it's the physical and athletic prowess of a horse, but it's also their mind. And she certainly looks like she has a great mind, and she looks very well prepared. And you expect nothing less from a Chad Brown runner. But interestingly, as sensational as Gun Runner is, and he's absolutely been a brilliant sire, and I agree with Andy, this horse brought an extreme amount of money from a mare that actually broke her maiden for $7,500, and I could see why from a physical perspective. But Gun Runner gets 9% winners with 3-year-old and up first-time starters, as opposed to 19% winners with his 2-year-old first-time starters. So I think it speaks a lot to the precocity. Now, it doesn't mean he can't win with a first-time starter that's 3-year-old and up, but it's a glaring statistic, guys, that 19% with 2-year-olds as opposed to 9% with older runners.
Big thanks. Pick 4 coming up. 6-1 right now on that first-time starter by Gunrunner. Thought experiment. Late pick 4 from Belmont at the Big A on our opening Friday of the meet. When we return here on our FS2 coverage, stay with us.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. Are we back at Saratoga?
The great article about Saratoga in the New York Times today, by the way.
Give us the quick recap.
Just talking about what a great town it is to live in year-round.
How many days till opening day?
Well, does that include the Belmont Stakes? Because if you include the Belmont Stakes, we're less than 9 months.
Could be there a lot sooner than expected. You can be there next summer. You can win a trip through ABR with all of this included. Hospitality, wagering vouchers, spending spree, expenses, paid travel, 2-night hotel stay, and more.
The dinner with Greg Wolf is really the shining best part of that.
Where's the
package?
dinner?
Oh, it's in there. They're
is
not
it homemade?
Yeah, so it's good. Oh, where? Only if Laura cooks is it going to be homemade. I know you're not going to be a TV dinner if you're cooking.
Good luck, everybody. Get involved. Hope to see you there next summer as we get set for the Late Big Four coming up. 6.5 furlongs. Main track in this maiden special weight. Everyone looking for that first win here coming up. La Gravina, she was 5-1 in the debut for Linda Rice. Ran second behind first-time starter for Brad Cox, who won in the debut.
And it was a heavily bet Brad Cox first-time starter, and Linda Rice's horses often need a start. So overall, a decent enough effort. I thought she was kind of picking up pieces. You liked her more than I do, but I think the key to her being 9-5 is sort of the story of this race. The story of this race is you have two Todd Pletcher first-time starters, including the 4 onlooker who apparently had been working at one time with Nest. And then you've got the Chad Brown Klarovich Gunrunner, first-time starter. And yet this horse of a 59 buyer is the 9-5 favorite. And that's happening because these firsters, at least at this point, are basically all completely dead on the board.
Surprising.
None of them are getting bet.
Surprising.
Usually one of them does, right?
From those two barns, not taking attention. So there's Lagervina. And you look 6 wide around the turn in that debut. Was the only one really making up any ground on your winner that day. We'll see what happens. It was a muddy sealed track. We'll get fast going for the first time here in start number 2. And especially in dirt races, experience can matter.
Experience matters, period. So, yeah, listen, I took a horse's experience, too, the one feathering, and I'll expand on that horse a little while.
You can play this Pick 4 and all the wagers we have all meet long and beyond by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members when you punch in that code, match200 at sign-up at NairaBets.com. Play with us all meet long and beyond as we gear up for the Breeders' Cup in early November. Post-parade here coming up for the 6th. We'll start with the one you like here, Feathering, for Hall of Famer Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado.
Broke a little bit slowly and actually made the lead between calls before falling apart late, going 7 first time out.
Dan produced very good sprinter, Big Invasion as well. Here's Take Time to Dream, Rob Falcone.
Finished well behind the number 6 Lagervina, thus taking much less money.
Party of Grant stepping up in class, apparently a big work.
Yeah, you were pointing out, was that a DRF workout report that this horse had worked well on September 1st. Will have to improve a lot.
We'll get back to her. We skip to the 4 onlooker for Pletcher.
I had heard this horse had been at least working with Ness. That's what I had heard, and not taking any money.
Especially with who's on board.
I read on. It's just weird.
5-1 on the experience of the field, not necessarily a good thing. 17 starts to this point.
Right, but she's consistent, and she runs faster than Lagervina or Feathering did, but they have only 1 start, but she's 0 for 17 with 8 seconds.
Linda Rice, second-time starter. Lagervina, she was the runner-up in the debut.
I'll explain why I think the one's a better bet at a bigger price, but obviously she's getting a lot of support.
7-1 on another Todd Pletcher first-time starter. Put the Crazy away.
I like the name.
I love the name.
It was owned by 3 Diamonds, Kirk Wyckoff. To ask him exactly where that came from.
I'm not going to say who we say that to on this show. Thought Experiment. Sorry, we'll
could be anybody. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
The entire team.
Party at Grants. Here's the 3 for Jeremiah Engelhardt off the claim.
Yeah, you had mentioned that workout, and perhaps this horse can move forward, but boy, she better.
And here's the first-time starter for Chad Brown and Klarovich, Thought Experiment.
I like the name, Thought Experiment. It's a gun runner. Been working at Monmouth, but we've seen horses come back from Monmouth and run well. Not taking a lot of money.
Starting to come down, though, a little bit.
Yeah, because it's an inevitable that they're going to come down. But, I just want to talk about the difference in the 1 and 6. Now, you look at different figures than I do. Buyer figures, the 1 got a 58, the 6 got a 59. Timeform US, they both got 89s. So those numbers are basically the same. To me, Lagervina was picking up pieces at the end in a race where there was a duel and it was falling apart, sort of behind the winner. Whereas Feathering broke a little slowly, made a big middle move, actually took the lead before falling apart in the late stages because poor Tadger ran very well. And while she came back with a somewhat disappointing second, we saw the horse who ran second came back and won, just being the horse who ran third, Revolving Credit the next start. So I thought it was a decent race. And for a trainer, Bill Mott, his horses often need a start. I thought this horse showed enough during the running of the race that with routine improvement, hopefully a better break can get it done. And the rail's certainly not been a bad place to be on this dirt course today. Or yesterday.
Yeah. Good point. And let's keep in mind, too, there's Feathering again. And a lot of times that first start can be just a throwaway. Even if it's a horrible performance or whatever kind of performance it is, they can be a completely different horse in that second start. As we take a look at onlooker, this was the morning line favorite in the race for Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, with a Rat Ortiz Jr., expected always to take money. Shocking right now that one's 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, neither one of us telling you this horse can't win. But, I mean, this horse, a Todd Pletcher first-time start, costs $250,000 with Rat Ortiz. Isn't this horse supposed to be 3-1 just because? And I think that's a lot of why we were talking about this, you and I, when we were coming out in the train together, why this horse was 5-2 morning line, just not getting bet at all.
Who's catching the eye of Mig as they're out on the track? Let's head downstairs.
Well, guys, we'll start with the 1 Feathering, who will be my top selection. I just, I watched this filly first time. I thought she showed a lot of run in the context of the race last time. And she just looks more clued in to me, mentally, physically. She just looks like the race did her a lot of good. I like Feathering quite a bit here. The 3 Party at Grants actually stepped on Jose Lascano in the paddock. I sure she was late coming out on the racetrack. Jose pulled his boot off, was checking out his toes. He counted them. They were all there. And you got those light jock boots on. A horse steps on you, 1,000-pound with steel shoes. Trust me, it hurts, but Jose has proven time and time again just what a tough guy he is. Onlooker, interesting with Onlooker, she does not have any published gate works. But one thing I noticed with Todd Pletcher runners up in Saratoga, they were breaking horses out of the gate and basically letting them to go 1/8 of a mile and then pulling them up, basically teaching them to break without working a long distance. So I'm sure, obviously, she had to be okayed. Horses have to be okayed by the official start of the run, but she doesn't have a published gate work. The 5 Risk-Free, horse that's got 8 seconds, 5/3. Not exactly Jacques Hu, and Andy will know who I'm talking about there, territory, but she's earned over $212,000. And then the outside, Put the Crazy Away, just looks really sharp for Todd Pletcher, and she does come in off a sharp gate work. And I'll just say it one time, Andy, Put the Crazy Away.
Kirk Wyckoff is claiming some story about it. Somebody named it for a friend of theirs, the 7, Put the Crazy Away. I know it's named for him, and he's just covering.
I know I'm going to start using that expression. It's a great one.
It's a great name.
We need it in our production
name.
meetings.
I agree.
La Gravina, too. Let's keep an eye on the 6 and how this filly breaks, because she was compromised out of the gate in that debut, and that put her very far back early on.
And even Feathering as well didn't break that well. And, first-time starters a lot, and you hope they can break better in their next starts. Interesting race, and I think, for me, the most interesting part is that at no point in the betting did either the 4, 7, or 8 really take any money.
And I think we all agree on this. La Gravina, whether she wins or loses, should not be that short a price.
And she's 2-1 because the firsters are just not bet. And, Risk-Free is shorter. What chance was going to be that Risk-Free was a shorter price than all 3 firsters?
Start of the late pick 4. Some intriguing first-timers. See what happens here. La Gravina, though, start number 2 for Linda Rice, the favorite from post 6 with Jose Ortiz. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
We are set for race 6. And they're off. A steadying start for number 3, Party at Grants, and she trails the field. Put the Crazy Away, Feathering down at the rail. La Gravina in between horses, and it is Feathering who has the lead. La Gravina has moved into 2nd. Put the Crazy Away is now in 3rd. Take Time to Dream next in 4th. Thought Experiment on the outside runs in 5th. And then comes Risk-Free in 6th. A break of 7 lengths or so back to Party at Grants. And Onlooker is the trailer. The quarter in 22 2. Feathering opens up here on the field. It's Feathering by 5 lengths. La Gravina next in 2nd. Take Time to Dream is down at the rail. Thought Experiments on the outside. Risk-Free is moving up now from the back of the pack as they all chase Feathering to the head of the stretch. La Gravina asked for more in 2nd. Thought Experiment. Far outside is Risk-Free. Down at the rail is Take Time to Dream. They have closed in and they are about to pass Feathering. Here is Risk-Free out in the middle of the track. Thought Experiment is right there. La Gravina is 3rd. A 16th to the finish with Risk-Free and Thought Experiment. The 2 of them battle it out to the finish here, and it's going to be tight, and it's a head bob. Too tight to call. Was it Thought Experiment on the inside or Risk-Free on the outside?
Thought Experiment, I do believe, got her head down. And if that is what happened here, poor Risk-Free. 9 seconds now, if that's the case, in 18 starts.
Yeah, my heart goes out to Risk-Free, I got to tell you. And this is actually twice in recent starts. This horse has lost to a Klarovich first-time starter as Thought Experiment actually came back on, excuse me, to get it done. And Risk-Free looked home. I thought I had a good thing with Feathering, but she just sort of ran off on Junior Alvarado. This is not the way he rides. She obviously got away from him. And this race completely collapsed. 46 and 1.5, 119 flat for 6.5. And she didn't get bet, but she got the job done. But I guess it helps when you're in a photo with Risk-Free. And the rest of them.
Yeah, public was right, huh?
Party at Grants finished 3rd. Well, the public wasn't right about the 8.
Well, with the first-time starters anyway. The
4 and
punchers,
7, they're no-shows.
Thought Experiment, though, first time out. Missed this one for Chad Brown-Klarovich. Manny Franco, 8-5, 3-2, and it is that one who was put up on top. Gun Runner, we did that whole segment on this Stallion. And when we do that, things often pay off. It does here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Listen, I have from my friends, I root for Thought Experiment, but I feel for Risk Free.
Well, you make that move, too, and you take over outside of that horse. You usually go on with it, you would think.
Especially a firster that's not getting bet either. You know what I mean? It's not like they were betting on the 8 Thought Experiment, but when Risk Free gets in a dogfight, Richie mentioned Jacques Hu. Jacques Hu was a famous Jacques Wimpheimer horse many years ago. I think Andy Beyer even wrote about the horse in Picking Winners that was notorious for running second, had a crazy, crazy career record. Well, Risk Free, she's on the way to being Jacques Hu the second.
9 runner-up finishes and 5 thirds now in 18 career outings for Risk Free, but keeps on picking up checks. Give her that. Thought Experiment, though, first time out, a win at 6-1. For Chad Brown-Klarovich and Manny Franco. We'll be back.
Sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Is brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Empire State Building there in the background. New York City's racetrack opening Friday of the meet. And we apparently have an objection here.
Well, I
in
don't.
This sixth race.
I can only assume that Jose Ortiz is claiming because the winner did not come out on this 5. The 5 actually comes out on the winner. We're watching a different head on it. Maybe we can get it up on our show. I don't know what this is about. Now, Jose Ortiz rode the 6th, who finished 5th, I want to say. But we're watching on another TV. That's the only reason I'm talking about it. And it feels like, there was really nothing going on. And then the 5 leans on the winner,
there it is.
right? And the winner comes in a little bit and could theoretically have affected. And I guess if you're Jose Ortiz, you're saying, well, I finished 5th. It was close. I could have been 3rd.
So keep your eyes, red cap here. The 6?
Far outside is the 5. The winner, the 8, is in the red and white cap. That's the 6, your horse inside right there. Now, the 5 comes in. Oh, that's nonsense. Well, somebody in pink is talking, so that's got to be
That's
Joelle.
Rosario on the 5, risk-free.
It's a lot of pink in that picture, by the way. That's the most
There
pink we've
is.
ever had in one. It's Eddie DeLauro, and I'm guessing his owner, perhaps. Eddie DeLauro trains the 5 risk-free. Look at all that pink. I just can't get over it.
So potentially, since risk-free started that, would it be risk-free who's at risk of coming down here?
I
Not
would
the 8?
assume. I mean, they're not even telling. I guess the reason there's no. I mean, presumably, I have to believe Jose Ortiz claimed. There's no change.
Okay.
I have to believe if there's a claim of foul that Jose Ortiz claimed. Would that
seems
that
like it.
seems like
Yeah. All right, so no change yet. It has come down, and result will stand. 8-5-3-2 thought experiment. First time out, your winner to start off the pick 4, and potentially talented gun runner here.
We'll
First time
see.
out.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Beating risk-free in a photo does not necessarily propel you to good things, but I feel for those gentlemen. You know, we say that. Risk-free after today.
Pretty good earnings, right?
Oh, yeah, has won $227,000, actually, and that's over the last 2 years, actually. So I'm not feeling that badly for him, and I'm not sure the maiden race isn't their best friend.
Yeah.
Maybe finishing second is not so
picking
bad.
up checks in these races. Yeah, I think anyone would like to have this filly in their barn with that kind of earnings. $14.80 for the win. Risk-free. Party at Grant, second and third.
She's made $160,000 plus this year. I mean, she only cost $40.
No, absolutely a win. Pick 5 follow along, 2 legs in. Awesome check in what was a wide open turf route race to start it off. $960, and now thought experiment, $14.80.
This double parlay was, I think, $70, and I think it paid under $40. But that's because thought experiment was just not bet in the win pool. But once again, value in the win pool.
You and I were talking about this race earlier on before our show came on, and we're so excited about it, even with the loss of a couple of talented runners in this spot. This is a deep, competitive group and could very easily be a graded stake.
No, the horse I like is 2-1, so I'm not going to be betting that horse. But I agree, this is a super, super competitive race. I mean, Synthesis, who runs in graded stakes, Sheriff Bianco just took a tough beat in New York bred stake. New York Traffic, a stakes winner coming back. Kinetic Sky, Rotney, Provocateur. It's a terrific race.
Yeah, Rotney, for a moment, that 2-race stretch looked like he was becoming really a breakout star in this sprint division, then took a backward step with that poor performance at Saratoga. Here's what we still have to look forward to as we're just getting underway at this meet, Belmont at the Big 8. Day 2 of the meet here. A lot of big ones still to come on the road to the Breeders' Cup. ABR Race of the Week tomorrow in the Jockey Club Oaks. Third leg of that Turf Triple Series for fillies. Not to mention some big 2-year-old races. Champaign for Zed on October 7th. Look at the one we have for you tomorrow. 3-year-old fillies going 1 mile in 3/8 on the grass and making her state's debut for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Eternal Hope, who's yet to win on the grass.
And it has not been the year of magic that we had grown to expect from Godolphin. I believe the number's like 1 for 27 or something for their runners. Their runners in America have not been doing well this year, but she has certainly found the right field and the right race. And honestly, I have to imagine there's some European connections if they've looked at this race that are asking themselves why they didn't come over for this $350,000 race. And in her last race, the horse who won, Jana Rose, who beat her, she'd actually beaten the winner of the Saratoga Oaks, who felt like a pretty solid French 3-year-old filly. I don't know if the French 3-year-old fillies are that good this year, but against this field, she's much the one to beat.
Meanwhile, Group 3 winner in Ireland and coming off a nose defeat in non-graded stake in Maryland last time out. Sperling Bog over the outside post, Graham Motion, Manny Franco. And we're going to see the filly that beat her in our feature later today.
I'm just excited at the fact that you and I did a little research into how you pronounce the name, when she ran the first time, is paying off in more than just one race, Greg. For me, that's really all that matters. She had a very good ride and trip in this race. Now, you could say that the outside horse, the eventual winner, had more momentum while she was sort of finding her room between horses. But overall, she got a good trip against a softer field. If you like her, you're hopefully believing the distance will be the equalizer, because probably as a European who's run effectively over there, the mile and 3/8 shouldn't be a problem. And that's why I wonder why more Europeans don't come here, because 3-year-old American horses just don't have the experience at these distances, and that's why you don't get such strong fields in them. The Europeans, on the other hand, they'll run in longer races.
And you do have a filly in this field who she wanted a mile and 3/8, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. She beat a maiden group at a mile and 3/8, so yes, she did it. Can't she do it against this kind of group?
Well, no, I agree. I think it's a great point. I mean, you know that the number 5 Highland Grace can handle the distance. She's done it before, and she's improved with distance. And what I liked about the win we're showing here, I didn't like the field. It wasn't a very strong field. But she closed to win it, and it's like she was running a different race than everybody else because nobody else made up any ground. And she put in this big late run to run them down, and that's indicative of a horse that just sort of gets her motor going as they go longer. I'm a sucker for these connections. I always love the Bonner Young horses that Barclay Tag trains. I've loved them going back to Royal Mountain Inn and so many good horses that I know the MIG remembers as well. Miss Josh being, I believe, Barclay Tag's first Grade 1 winner was a horse for these connections. And I'm a fan of this horse, but I'm afraid if the 6, the Godolphin horse, runs her better race, she's probably going to be too good.
It's going to be the graded stakes debut for Highland Grace. She'll try and run her record to 3 wins in a row. Took her a little while to figure things out, but it seems like going longer, she has gotten a lot better. Mile and 3/8, mile and a quarter, back-to-back wins. Now we'll try and do it in graded stakes company at a mile and 3/8 in our ABR race of the week. Basing-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks, 5-1. Morning line on Highland Grace. Meanwhile, last call, Brad Ortiz Jr. What do you make of this one?
Well, it's a great name. You see the dam's name?
Yeah, Overserved.
Yeah, Overserved. Well, I've made a few last calls, particularly at Clancy's in Saratoga. I'm sure some of you have been there. You know, I was having a discussion with David Aragon about this horse. He really believes this is a horse that wants to go long. I kind of thought that she was picking up pieces when Joelle just sort of saved ground last time and didn't think she did a ton of running. She is an English Channel, though, so you would think that distance will be her friend. She's a player in this race based on her last race, but keep in mind her last race, Kentucky Downs, just 2 weeks ago. Will she be able to ship here and run as well? We'll see.
That is coming up on our ABR Race of the Week on our Saturday coverage. We hope you join us then. Look at who won the first 2 legs. Aspen Grove was the surprise, 15-1. Just kick it off in that Belmont Oaks. Elusive Princess. And we know it's going to be a new face coming up on Saturday.
And there's been 2 Europeans so far, so if the favorite wins here, we'll have a European sweep or Philly Triple Crown.
We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll get to the 7th 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Kinetic Sky ran an incredible effort in a narrow defeat. Last time we saw him, that was at Belmont going a mile back in mid-June. We'll cut back in distance for his return.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of America's Day of the Races. Program brought to you where you can play all the action. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 6.5 furlong sprint on dirt in a very competitive and wide open allowance optional claiming race. As we take a look at the horse who has now become the favorite, that is Kinetic Sky for the Rick Dutrow barn.
I like Kinetic Sky in this race. I wouldn't bet a nickel on the horse at 5-2. I was hoping to get 4-1 or 9-2. We'll see if he drifts up. You have to imagine it'll be a bigger price, but this is an exceptional effort in here. This was a pace that basically fell apart. He was on top of, and Total Impact benefited from that pace. The horse that was in the front was Uncle Moonlight, who finished third, beaten 5.5 lengths to him, and he was a very good second to Accretive up at Saratoga in his subsequent start late in the meet. Rick Dutrow opted to stay in New York with this horse at Belmont and not run in Saratoga, but he hasn't really missed a beat in his training, and he feels like a horse that just improved for Rick Dutrow first time out. Rick, who won 2 races on opening day here yesterday, might continue going on well, but at 2-1, I'll be looking elsewhere.
Manny Franco, the hot hand, he'll be aboard looking for 3 in a row. A lot of them down to 2-1 now here on Kinetic Sky, cutting back in distance, freshened up, hasn't raced since June 15th. And it's a tough group to go against, including this horse right here. Rodney put together back-to-back performances at Belmont earlier this year, and you started to think maybe this could be a top sprinter in the country.
I agree with you. I think there's a real chance that Rodney could have been that horse. Now, he was bad in this race in Saratoga. To be fair, saving ground was an advantage on this racetrack, but he did not run his race, and he's rated before. So that's a concern. Now, he could be the controlling speed here, which would make him tough, but you shouldn't ignore Provocateur, the horse who right now is second, will eventually finish third, because this was his first start for Belmont off a 10-month layoff. He'd been purchased by the Connections, the McMahons, and obviously they have to be thinking this horse could be a stallion for them, as they have McMahon Thoroughbreds in Saratoga, a horse who's run competitively in stake races, but coming back to race, and I thought he ran very well. He broke well. He settled in behind horse. He made another move, and he could take a move second off a layoff. He's an awfully big price. I like the outside horses.
Big performance off the bench. He was right behind a horse who I thought would have been the horse to beat in here. He scratched. Colonel Bowman back with us. Acacia Clement, let's head downstairs.
Yeah, I've really been looking forward to this race today. It's almost kind of a mini stake, as you do have some who are coming out of some stakes tries, but we'll talk about Rodney, the New York bred by Run Happy, as he's a really cool horse and a cool sprinter. But as Andy touched on, it was a really poor performance from him last time out. Now, I was not in the paddock that day, but this is a horse who sometimes can be really sharp prior to his races. Sometimes he just carries a lot of condition and takes a little bit of time to kind of get fit. And also, he had run a career best 101 Beyer speed figure 2 starts back, and it's natural to expect a little bit of regression. I don't know if that's exactly what happened, but it is a possibility. He was asked out of the gate and just totally outfooted, didn't show his normal speed, and I think that that was early on in the race when you realized that something was not 100%. He looks tremendous here. He's a horse I've always had an affinity for, but looks great in his coat. He's incredibly fit, really, really strong and well-muscled, well-defined, everything you'd want to see. And I think you'll know early with the way that he breaks and the way that he gets into the race if he's going to show up with one of his big efforts. The number 4, Sheriff Bianco, is coming out of the Evan Shipman, and he does have a little bit of a knack to finish in the money and not necessarily get the job done now of his 24 starts. He's a 6-time winner, but 10 seconds, including last time out. Now, American Revolution, the big favorite in that race, did not fire at all. And while Sheriff Bianco was stretching out to go the mile, he set the pace and then was run down late by Dr. Ardito. He's a horse that, while he does have some good leg, I prefer a little bit shorter for him, so I certainly don't mind the cutback. One thing that does concern me is that he looks a bit more drawn up, a bit more tucked up than he did in Saratoga when he was really handling himself and carrying his weight well from race to race. I just wish that I saw a little bit more condition and muscle mass on him, especially comparing to what I've seen from him in the past. The number 6, New York Traffic, thought that he was worth a mention because he's coming back off of such a big layoff. We haven't seen him since August of 2022, and he's obviously a very talented New York bred runner, New York bred stakes winner. has faced the likes of Jackie's Warrior, finishing 4th in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga. And he comes back at the series of steady solo drills for Saffie Joseph Jr. And while he's always been a very angular type of built horse, I do think that he could stand to kind of strengthen up across his top line and his hind end a little bit. But you do wonder, coming back with a horse like this, does he have some of those good races in him? They've obviously taken a lot of time to get him back to the racetrack. What is he going to show? And he faces some really tough company today, Greg.
Long time away. Thank you, Acacia. Over $900,000 in earnings for this New York bred. See if he has some of that talent still left, and maybe it'll take a race or two to come out. Maybe we'll see it fresh off the bench.
No, you know, Saffie Joseph numbers, I was looking up 250-plus days in the dirt. They're fine. There's a limited sample size. They're not great, but they're not terrible. And he's obviously very talented when he runs his good race, but we haven't seen him now for 13 months. His last couple races were somewhat subpar, though one was against Jackie's Warrior. We'll see what we get from him today, but he found a tough spot to get into, but he doesn't really have the conditions to not be in a tough spot.
So right now, New York traffic, 7-1. As we get set for a post parade here coming up, 3-1 favorite remains Kinetic Sky. That number is bumped up a little bit, and Rodney 7-2, potentially the controlling speed. 20% exacta bonus for NyraBet's customers. Opt in to get that bonus. Hit an exacta at Belmont at the Big A, and you'll get that bonus.
I got some of that today.
Well
I
done.
told you on the show I never get any. I got some today. I just remembered that. Thank you. Do you think the 7-2 right now, Rodney's kind of a bad sign? People just abandoning him off one bad race? Maybe he's just a generous price. He's supposed to be the controlling speed here, isn't he?
We'll see how aggressive Lizcano is. Tough to say.
I think he's going to be in front.
Synthesis, some big efforts, and he's coming out of the toughest races of anybody back-to-back Grade 1.
He's a tough horse to read, right? Because he's kind of random. At times he runs really well, and at times he doesn't. But he runs well enough to win this race at times.
Willie Boy went by at 16-1. Rosario rides, and here's He's My Honey Badger.
Well, Willie Boy and He's My Honey Badger, part of a photo in a very slow race in their last starts.
Sheriff Bianco at 7-2. Tried to do a gate-to-wire going a mile last start.
He had the benefit of a gold rail last time and everything his own way, but he still ran well enough, and he probably is, as Acacia said, better a little shorter.
Here's the long layoff for the New York bred, New York traffic.
Yeah, listen, we've talked about him. His good races are good enough to win here, but he found a tough field for his return.
Kinetic Sky still favored for Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, I'm bullish on this horse's chances. I was just hoping to get a slightly better price.
And he should be in front. Yeah, here's Rodney. Jose Lizcano.
I think he's the horse to beat in here, and he's supposed to be favored and will be by post.
Probably his main competition to get the front, and he's drawn outside of him, so it may not happen to this horse, no?
No, I agree, and I think he will be in a good spot. I thought he ran very well off that long layoff, and I won't be surprised when this guy runs a big race here. He's very dangerous, and he's probably the fairest price right now at 5-1.
And has that cozy outside post just outside of Rodney, so he can track that horse and maybe get a perfect trip in here. Here's Sheriff Bianco. So cut back from a mile to 6.5 this afternoon, and Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz will team up with a horse who has been first or second at 16 of 24 outings.
It's just a funny horse because Wesley Ward, he ran in the dirt in his debut, I want to say, and lost to Cowan. Wound up being a moderate stakes horse for Steve Asmussen, and then Wesley put him on the turf, and Linda Rice claimed him, and she was running on the turf and got rained off in Saratoga, left him in, and lo and behold, he's not really a turf horse. He's run okay in the turf. He's much better in the dirt, and since going to the dirt, I mean, this horse has made almost $400,000 on the dirt, vast majority for Linda Rice, and sort of a tough loss last time, but you got to remember, as a case said, American Revolution didn't show up, and he had the benefit of the bias that day that he was riding, but still, he was a big price, and a shorted race should suit him. Not impossible.
Meanwhile, let's go back to the Bill Mott runner. Second off the bench, it was a big return. Moving to the Mott barn. Hadn't seen him since October. Returns August 11th, just behind Marsalis and Colonel Bowman, who either of those two would have been very short prices in this race.
I don't disagree. Now, I don't know if Marsalis has run back since then. Colonel Bowman was obviously scratched, and maybe that's a good thing for the one. Maybe that means David Jacobson likes the way the one's doing. But I think he's a big player. I thought he ran very well off the layoff. He showed speed. The pace was honest. He tucked in. He rated. He came out and tried to make a move. And he's got picked up by a horse who's been in good form, who got a very good trip as well. So I think he's a big player, and he draws well on the far outside.
Will he move forward off that first start back off the long layoff here. He very well could, and if he can, he's going to be very dangerous in here. Meanwhile, here's Synthesis, 7-year-old son of favorite stallion for Samurai, and he has just been tackling extremely tough company, the best of the best in the sprint division, the grade 1 Forgo in the Vanderbilt.
I don't read David Jacobson very well very often. I just feel there's a certain sense of randomness now. He was atrocious last time in the Forgo, better horse or not. I mean, that's a race that just gives him no chance here. He did no running in the race before at sloppy sealed track. His 2-to-3 technique, even though the race sort of fell apart, he ran a race, I guess, 3 back in the Nehru that's good enough to compete here. He's a Jekyll and Hyde type, right?
Yeah.
What do you do with him?
7-1. He certainly has performances that he can get it done, no question. Let's go back to Acacia.
And you can make a case for quite a few horses in here. I know Andy has a lot of interest in the 9 Provocateur, and he absolutely should take a step forward, making his second start off of that big layoff in For the Bill Mott barn. He's a horse that never really kind of grew a lot or went on from his physical standpoint, but he, I think, has found his right spot in his right form, being a sprinter and coming back in a spot like this. He's very well muscled. The only concern that I had was that he was very quiet back in the paddock, and he's had a very reserved warm-up out on the track. But that being said, I really couldn't fault him physically, and especially given the fact that he has that race where he made a little bit of a move in there and should step forward second off of the layoff in here. As far as the number 7 Kinetic Sky does go, this is a horse who has run all the distances. It seems like they've all throughout his career been trying to figure out what is the best for him. He was a horse that I never really liked going further than a mile and felt like maybe 7 furlongs a mile could potentially be his sweet spot. But seeing him in comparison to some of the other runners in here, I really don't mind the cutback at all. And also last time he was asked out of the gate pretty hard early on and kind of in that stalking spot, re-rallying then late with Tonal Impact. And sometimes horses that get run off their feet a little bit like that, when trying to ask and be into the race early going a mile, really do tend to benefit from a cutback in distance. And maybe that could be the case for Kinetic Sky for a barn that has really been in a good groove as of late, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 5-2 favoritism now has become the one who looks like he's the controlling pace of the race here. It's Rotney, the 8. Top choice on the board. 7 for 12 lifetime record for this son of Run Happy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an interesting race for him because he runs so well in his prior 2 races, and he runs those races, especially as the likely speed. He's very likely to win this race. It'll take an extremely good effort from anybody to beat him, though I thought Kinetic Sky's last race gives him a chance to do that. His last race was bad. He was a little against the track, but so was Provocateur, and he was off a long layoff, and he ran much better. So you have to wonder a little bit how much you can really trust him in this race, right?
It was almost inexplicable, yeah, how bad he ran last time out after it seemed like he was just getting into such sharp form.
How about the 7 just went from 3-1 to 2-1 and now back to 5-2. So the 7, they are just continually betting Kinetic Sky, and I like them too, but it's too short a price for me.
Manny Franco trying to win 3 in a row on the 7 here. Won the 5th, won the 6th, now trying to win with Kinetic Sky for Dutrow.
Won 3 yesterday too, right? I believe. I think he won the last race for his 3rd win. I believe, yeah.
Confirmed. Good start to this meet.
He had a very good, last 5 weeks at Saratoga. He started off very slowly, but he had a huge last 5 weeks.
Yeah, he really came to life.
Yeah.
There's Rotney, the 8, should be controlling on the front end under Jose Lezcano. We're set for the 7th. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They are all in line. And they're off. From the outside, it is a Provocateur away well. New York traffic right there. He's My Honey Badger. 3 of them across the track. Willie Boy at the rail is right behind in 4th. Then Sheriff Bianco in 5th. On the outside is Rotney moving up a spot from 6th. Then it is Kinetic Sky, and Synthesis is the trailer in 8th. On the far outside there is Rotney, who appeared to be a little tough to handle there, but is going on with it and up to challenge for the lead now. So it is Rotney along with Provocateur. And right behind, he's My Honey Badger, the quarter 23 seconds. New York Traffic, the gray, runs in fourth. Kinetic Sky on the move on the extreme outside in fifth. It is Rotney who has come away with the lead now. And Provocateur is back running in second. Then New York Traffic, Kinetic Sky, he's My Honey Badger, off the turn into the stretch, the half, 46 and 3. It is Rotney on the outside and Provocateur on the inside with New York Traffic gaining ground. Then Sheriff Bianco, followed by Kinetic Sky, and he's My Honey Badger. There's a 16th to the finish, and it is New York Traffic who has the lead now. And New York Traffic will go on to victory here, drawing away at the end, won by almost 3 lengths. It looked like Kinetic Sky did run second to complete the exacta.
New York Traffic over a year layoff here. The victory at 8-1.
Didn't get bet. Got a very good trip, but he was much the best in this race. And odd ride on the number 8, Rotney, who was sort of oddly rated early, but he assumed the lead and had no excuse, falling apart in the late stages on a very, very, very tepid pace here. Kinetic Sky ran okay to be second given the pace, but didn't matter. This horse was a week the best. I read Ortiz at 8-1 on a horse that had stake wins. They didn't bet a nickel, and he was an hour the best. And it was a blanket photo for second with Kinetic Sky getting second over Sheriff Bianco.
2+ lengths the best in this field.
Oh, he was
off a year's layoff. Wow, what a performance from New York Traffic. The New York bred, who is now a 7-time winner and on his way to $1 million in earnings.
Yeah. Congrats if you had him. Congrats if you're alive in this pick 5. It's not an easy sequence. And this horse, this is the forgotten horse, right? This is the horse that just didn't get bet in here. And I was with the public. I wanted no part of him off the layoff. I thought it was too tough a field. It was not. It was too tough a field because he was in it for everybody else.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 8-1 New York Traffic. Taking this 7th race. Impressive performance off the long layoff. George Weaver. He's got a talented 3-year-old filly. He's going to make a surface switch and try turf for the first time after having a narrow defeat at Saratoga, the Coaching Club American Oaks Grade 1 earlier this summer on dirt.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
the personal
the classic sire.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Secretariat on the outside, and Riva Ridge on the rail, 3/16 of a mile to the finish. On the outside, Turcotte takes Secretariat up now, taking the lead by a length. Riva Ridge is second. The rest of them fire back as they come into the final 16th of a mile. On the outside, it's Secretariat. Secretariat in front by 2. Riva Ridge second and Cougar. Secretariat in front.
1973 Marlboro Cup, and that was originally being planned as a match race between the two stable stars, Secretariat and Riva Ridge, but then both of them wound up losing before this. They opened it up to a much bigger field, and in the end, those two stablemates won too, but Secretariat much the best in front of 48,000 fans, set a new world record for a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, they won 45-2 at the time for the final time, and they were two amazing racehorses combined for 5 of 6 Triple Crown race wins in the prior 2 years, or that year actually, the year before. Amazing horses. Actually, my first trip to Belmont was the 75 Marlboro Cup when Wajma beat Forgo. Ancient Title was third.
Wow.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
I was there when Spectacular Bid came back and won that race over General Assembly and Coastal.
Great memories from back then.
Yeah.
$19.20 here, New York traffic. First off a lengthy layoff. What a performance. This horse has been big off the layoff before. Does so here at 8-1. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
It's so fun to see him back, Greg. I'm happy to be joined by co-owner John Finelli. As John, you and I were just talking about this New York bred, and you had to wait a while to see him come back, but obviously your patience was paid off today.
Yeah, absolutely. Safi did a wonderful job. Anytime you got IRAD on a horse, you know, you feel confident. I don't care how long he's been off. And, you know, after the race, he was like, I'm so excited to get back on this horse. So that makes me feel great.
As mentioned, he's a New York bred too, and you had told me you tried to enter him in Saratoga, but the race didn't fill, and potentially pointing to some New York bred stakes down the line.
Hopefully. I don't want to, you know, put the proverbial cart before the horse, but, yeah, hopefully we got some good things to come.
What does this horse mean to you? Because you look back through his past performances, he actually ran in the Triple Crown races, and now we see him come back with another win off the bench like this.
I purchased this horse for $23,000 to be able to compete against all these big, you know, expensive horses. Makes you feel good. And, you know, the little guy can get there.
Enjoy the ride. So fun to see him back on the track.
Thank you so much.
A special win for New York traffic, but we're all hoping to avoid. He had no traffic today, Greg.
What a performance. And if he can build off that as well, maybe some big things to come here late in the year for this horse. Take a look at this late pick 5 through the first 3 legs. Extremely difficult to be alive to this point.
And the favorite in the early betting in race number 8 is 4-1. So it's not like there's going to be a short price in here. And I don't think the last race feels like it's filled with short priced horses.
Oh, look at Winter Memories kick away, but Dream Beast is going to try to tackle her in the final furlong. Winter Memories, a 2.5 length lead, followed by Dream Beast coming down to the line, and Tapits Fly under the finish. It is Winter Memories, victorious again.
Winter Memories that burst entering the stretch. What a performance here under Javier Castellano. Wins a race that her mom had won back in 1998. And in doing so, beats 2011 winner of the Diana Zagora. Javier Castellano was aboard that one as well that year.
Yeah, she was an incredibly popular horse, and with good reason. The gray, and as you say, that big burst she had. She was a pretty cool horse. I remember her in the Garden City when she won, avenging a loss in her prior start in the Lake Placid, and she sort of burst from nowhere to make that big run. A very cool horse, trained by Jimmy Toner, and part of the Memories of Silver family. And there's so many good ones that were running for the Phillipses back then, and a terrific horse. Unfortunately, retired after the Diana.
That was the 7th, graded stakes win of her career, and that was her finale, and she saved her best for last. That was her best performance of her career. This year's edition of the Winter Memories. Previewed it earlier when we came on the air. 10 will line up. 3-year-old fillies going a mile on the turf. Wide open group right now as the board reflects here with a couple of, well, Chad Brown runner from the inside and a Christophe Clement New York bred. Silver Skillet, a little surprising as a co-favorite.
Yeah, I'll put her in the winner's circle if I knock her, but I have no idea anybody's betting her. Yeah, this is a wide open race. The risk averse was usually the last week of Saratoga was a very similar race, a 1-mile race, a non-winners, a sweepstakes, an ungraded race, and that race has been canceled. And this race, which normally run at the end of the year, has been moved earlier to sort of fill the void.
Mile on the turf coming up in our Friday feature here. Winter Memories, $135,000 purse on the line. And stablemates, 2 of the 4 of them in this race. Liguria, Tax Implications. They were 1-2 in the Wild Applause when they met at Belmont back on June 24th. Will be a different story coming up today. We'll be back with our feature when we come back to our Friday action.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
None above the law to win. Spenderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Warfront's 21 now. He's still doing great though as a stallion. He's still knocking out top class runners, and I think one of our best 2-year-olds is Warfront. He's Danzig made over. That's the reason why Dad wanted him here at the farm. He thought he looked just like his sire, which he does, and he's producing runners and offspring just like his sire. So hopefully we'll find the next son. We have a couple chances here at the War of Will and Silver State to carry on his legacy.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And there is a daughter of Claiborne Stallion Warfront, Liguria, one of 4 in the field for trainer Chad Brown as the inside post for the Rat Ortiz Jr.
And the draw obviously helps her a great deal. She had a very good trip when she beat Tax Implications, but the draw helps her, and perhaps she didn't love the yielding going last time.
This is that victory back at Belmont. It was going a mile in the Wild Applause where she beat Tax Implications. Soviet Excess is going to be in this race as well for Todd Pletcher.
But I think all things considered, Tax Implications ran the better race. First of all, she made an earlier move in a race that collapsed. She also did it by making a big wide move while Rat Ortiz saved ground with Liguria and then angled out, losing much less ground. And Liguria had the benefit of a race before that, so she was sort of more ready. Having said that, she draws the rail today when the scratch Tax Implications has post 7, so she probably rates to get at least a better trip. She doesn't have to do any work to get positioned on the inside, and I don't think it's unfair to suggest that she didn't handle the softer going last time out. Still, That Wild Applause race was an absolutely perfect setup, so I'm still not sure how good she really is.
Surprising. Anyway, to me on the board, the biggest surprise is tax implications being 6-1.
Yeah, she's an outrageously big price here. I think the horse I like is too big a price at 14-1. Sweet Lou's got aces, and I have absolutely no idea how anybody is looking at the PPs in this race and says, I want to take 7-2 on Silver Skillet.
Let's go back to the Lake Placid.
You're going to see tax implications. She's sort of the second Klarovich runner, the one with the white and red hat. Surge Capacity's finishing second. The Spray ran very well to win, and she was much the best. Soviet Excess, who finished ahead of tax implications, slightly better trip. Both these horses had good trips. Soviet Express is a little bit better, saved a little more ground. They get the wire together. The difference being that Soviet Excess was a huge price last time, but she's still 9-1 this week. So even though an overlay last week at almost 30-1 or last time, both these horses are very generous prices. I find the betting in this race perplexing. I mean, the 5 at 4-1, the 8 6-1.
Look at the previous winners of this race. Chad Brown, see plenty of success, including last year with Salima, Duopoly 2020, Rimska back in 2017. Clement won with Plum Ali, and he'll try and do it again with the New York-bred filly Silver Skillet.
I could be wrong on this trivia question. Do you know which one of those horses was a subsequent Grade 1 winner? Probably her next start, Duopoly, won the faux Grade 1 American Oaks out in California. I don't know if she ever ran again. I think she did.
15 minutes to post our feature race coming up. There is Sacred Wish, narrow runner-up at the Coaching Club American Oaks on dirt this summer, Saratoga. Now getting on the lawn for the first time in her career. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And she is the wild card of this race, Greg. Now, looking from a pedigree standpoint, while the dam was never a winner, she ran exclusively on turf and synthetic over in Europe. And as far as her production so far, there was a turf winner in the family, and there were several others who actually improved their Beyer speed figures on the turf. She has a turf hoof. She's got a flatter kind of hoof to her as well. She's always been a really lovely mover in the way that she reaches out in her stride, and oftentimes that can suggest a horse that will handle the grass. I texted with George Weaver this morning, who's not on the grounds today, and he shared that they want to try the turf right now to see if she can handle it. She breezed well over the grass a couple of times up at Saratoga, and John Velasquez, who was aboard at least for that August 28th work on the turf up at Saratoga, gave his blessing and endorsed the switch to the turf today, and it leaves them with some more options. Now, I know that August 28th work was a B+ work on the Clocker report. Visually watching it on XVTV, she moved well and she had a great energy, but she was getting out pretty badly throughout that work and was very awkward switching her leads. Unfortunately, the most recent turf work not available on XVTV, but I do think it's important to kind of compare that. But physically, I like what I see as far as her being convincing with the surface switch. The 6 Sweet Lou's Got Aces was purchased at the Fasig-Tipton Horses of Racing Age sale for $380,000 and will make her first start here. She's always been a really high energy, kind of tricky type of filly. She's always a little bit tough to get the tack on, and while she was fine doing that, all the preliminaries in here today, she looks like she really could kind of bulk up a little bit more. I just wish she had a little bit more muscle mass and a little bit more condition on her. She's one that I thought coming back in the early part of her 3-year-old season had really filled out a lot, and it seems like she's kind of gone back to what she was previously and not carrying her weight well. So I'll keep my eyes on her on the track, but she's obviously one with ability. The one Liguria does not have that problem. She carries her weight, and that had really been a concern of mine in the Lake George. And I spoke to Chad Brown before that race, as he had several runners, and Liguria was the one that he mentioned of being really concerned about her not handling the soft going. Specifically pointed her out, and she had the physicality to back that up as well. She was off the pace and just flat in that race. And I really think, given the going of the turf, you can forgive that. She looks tremendous once again here. She's definitely a quintessential miler, and we'll see if she can get back on track to that good effort like we saw in the Wild Applause 2 starts back, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 7-2 favorite Liguria from the inside post, one of 4 fillies in this race for Chad Brown. You can play this race, all the action all meet long and beyond, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus you'll get when you punch in this code for new members at sign-up, match 200. Again, right there at NairaBets Stallion.com. So winter memories coming up as we take a look here at Sweet Lou's Got Aces moving to the Graham Motion Barn. And this is a look back at the Tepin, the end to her 2-year-old campaign when she went gate to wire.
The track probably helped her cause a little bit, being an inside speed. That was the only race in the course that day. But look at this performance as a 2-year-old, running a mid-80 Beyer as a 2-year-old. And we routinely see 2-year-olds turning 3 improve 10, 15 points. Now, she didn't quite get there, but her last effort was arguably the best race she's ever run. She was purchased at a sale for $380,000, turned over to Graham Motion from that start. I'm not knocking Ray Handel, but it's not bad to be going to Graham Motion. And I think she's very interesting here. And if she gets an aggressive ride from Junior Alvarado, she can be very forward in a race that may not have a ton of speed.
So here is Sacred Wish. Nakeisha was talking about the workout. Did get a big workout from that DRF workout report, B+. And Nakeisha said, though, was getting out a little bit. We'll see how she takes to it. Obviously very, very talented on dirt.
Yeah, and I trust Acacia's eye a great deal. And it's interesting to hear, you know, 2 different interpretations of a workout. And I mean, that happens a lot. She's not my cup of tea in the sense that she's getting bet because of dirt accomplishments more than the workouts. And she doesn't have a pedigree that suggests she should really move up on turf. But then again, she has dirt races that are good enough to win here. So if she can transfer her dirt form to the turf, she could be a major player here. And at the end of the day, she's still 5-1. She's not 5-2. It's not like she's some sort of big favorite. I mean, tax implications is 6-1 in this race. There seems to be some surprising prices. Listen, maybe I'm just completely wrong about Sweet Lou's Got Aces, but I think the 13-1's insane on her. I have no idea how she's, 4 times the price of the number 5 Silver Skillet. She's better than Silver Skillet, I think.
We'll find out. I mean, the board just tells you, yeah, we don't know. And maybe that's even part of the reason, too, that Chad Brown entered 4 of his 3-year-old fillies in this race, because he doesn't know who's the best of his bunch.
Right, and I think with Liguria, the Irene Ortiz factor and getting back to a firmer turf is accounting for this money, but she's kind of too short a price at 7-2.
Now, there is the New York-bred filly, Silver Skillet, for Christophe Clement. She's won back-to-back starts, including a New York-bred stake this summer, Saratoga. This is significantly tougher company, though, coming up. Let's head back to Acacia.
And so happy to be joined by John Velasquez's Sacred Wish. We'll try the turf for the first time. Johnny, George Weaver told me that you'd kind of given your blessing for the surface switch today. What did you see from her to give that confidence?
I worked it twice, and I worked it here back at Belmont before we went to Saratoga. She worked really well. Then we worked it back at Saratoga in the training track and on the grass, and she worked really good. So she seemed to handle it very well. So let's see how she does when she races.
She's obviously a horse that has ability, and it seems like she's finding her best stride now.
I think so. I think if she stays calm and keeps her to herself, I think she runs really good. And when she gets a little nervous, and that's when she doesn't run her races.
Appreciate the time, Johnny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg.
Hall of Famer John Velasquez. We'll see what he can produce here on this filly, getting on a new surface for the first time. Grade 1 placed on dirt. Now trying the lawn.
Yeah, like I said, a decision to run in here and not run the Cotillion next week. And it just opens up a different avenue if she can handle the turf. If not, there's the Mother Goose, which we moved to the fall, and it's, I think, October 28th here at Aqueduct. So why not? Good timing for that.
So Johnny V about to get a leg up here on this George Weaver filly. What can she come up with? And we don't know. I mean, she had shown dirt sprint speed early in her career. Is she going to be forwardly placed? We'll find out.
She's supposed to be. I mean, I can't believe Johnny would go. I think a lot will really depend on what Junior Alvarado does. If Sweet Lou's Got Ace was mine, I would go.
That's the 6 at 12-1. We showed you with that win going gate to wire to end her 2-year-old campaign. We kick things off with one of the 4 for Chad Brown. Here's Liguria.
We'll see if it was the softer turf that prevented her from running well last time, or if, in fact, her race in the Wild Applause was dressed up.
Here's Bolivi for Brendan Walsh.
Well, you can watch her how she does, because she beat Spearling Bog, who's running back in tomorrow's Jockey Club Oaks, excuse me.
Here is John Velasquez on Sacred Wish.
Tries the turf for the first time. She has credentials as a dirt horse.
Rosario for Christophe Clement on the New York-bred filly Silver Skillet.
The horse she beat last time out, and though she beat her by 3 lengths, was ineffective against a much weaker field yesterday.
Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Here's Junior Alvarado at 12-1.
I'm perplexed by this price. A purchase at the sale back in July. She's got races good enough. I think she's a major player. The public disagrees.
Soviet XS, Todd Pletcher. Third beat 2 lengths in the Lake Placid.
Can't get a better trip than she got last time, but she ran reasonably well in the Wild Applause, a race that collapsed, and she was close to the pace and held on better than anyone.
Another of these Chad Brown runners, tax implications with Manny Franco.
She went by, and she's a big price at 5-1 and a major player.
Juniper's Marshmallow won the first 2 starts of her career as a 2-year-old and then struggled coming back.
Maybe somebody will tell us where her Marshmallow's name comes from. I didn't think this horse was good enough. You actually like her more than I do.
Lady Beth we saw for Chad Brown. Here's the last of the 4 from that barn. Get Your Kicks, who draws in Kendra Carmouche rides.
I think Lady Beth, by the way, a big-time player, will get maybe a little more pace today. And Get Your Kicks, by the way, not impossible in here and kind of forgotten, buried. You know, it's rare that like a 14 gets in when there's 10 in the body of the race. She gets in, and she's 17-1. She's got to improve, but she's not awful.
So Silver Skillet here. Let's go back to the New York bred. Back-to-back wins at Saratoga this summer, both against New York breds, including this stakes win, as you mentioned. Filly she beats in here, Orange Freeze, came back and was not very effective here earlier this week. But she beat her pretty convincingly.
She did, but this race was set up by an extremely fast pace. And even with that fast pace, she only ran an 80 buyer. An 80 buyer in this race should be good for 7th, maybe 8th. And listen, maybe she's improving. She's in a good barn. She seems to be ascending in her buyers and improving, but she's also coming off 2 straight absolute dream trip races with figures that aren't fast enough to win. So she gets a good trip here. She's going to have to improve a couple lengths to be competitive, and she's 4-1. And what if she doesn't? I mean, horses don't always just get good trips. So I'm not saying... I don't think she can win this race, personally. But listen, there are a lot of horses that win that I don't like. I think she's a terrible gamble at 4-1.
Surprising to see how much money she's taking. She's the second choice on the board right now.
I honestly think that the 1 is a more likely winner than she is. I think the 3 is a more likely winner than she is. I think the 6 is a more likely winner. I think the 7's a more likely winner. I think the 8's a more likely winner. I think the 10's a more likely winner. We'll see.
Right now.
Maybe I'll be wrong. She might win. I put them in the winner's circle sometimes.
Love to see those results and understand, though, it came against New York breds. 2 wins and a narrow second in her only 3 turf starts. Here's the 7, Soviet XS. Todd Pletcher was beat by Liguria, tax implications in the Wild Applause, and then third beat 2 lengths to those Chad Brown connections again in the Lake Placid with different runners.
Yeah, I mean, I thought her race was actually very good in the Wild Applause, considering the way the race played out. And she had a good trip last time, but she ran well in there. She's got the credentials for Todd Pletcher. I'm not a huge fan, but at 10-1, I could see somebody using her.
And at least, I mean, she took a fairly big move forward last start, right?
Why is she 10-1 and Silver Skillet is 4-1? Do your numbers have Silver Skillet good enough to win here?
The whole body of this race, for the most part, they're fairly evenly matched. But yeah, Soviet XS, stronger numbers than Silver Skillet.
Yeah, the Silver Skillet money is the thing that puzzles me in here. But I guess, you know, sometimes people love wins and they see a 3.5 length win, but the betting public's pretty sophisticated. So maybe somebody smarter than me sees something that I don't.
Well, here is Lady Beth, another Chad Brown filly. She's only started twice in here, the most lightly raced filly in this field. And she only has 1 turf start. Grade 3 soaring softly. She was the even money favorite and wound up 3rd.
I think she's named for Rick Skimmerhorn, the owner's wife. Her debut in Synthetic was very good. She comes back almost 4 months later, and she got caught in an absolutely paceless race going 7 furlongs, so her effort wasn't that bad at even money. Now, she doesn't draw particularly well. She hasn't run in, almost 4 months. This is a tough field with experience, so it's a tough spot, but I think the case can be made for her as well.
Right now, Lady Beth, 7-1. With more on this filly for Todd Pletcher, Soviet XS, graded stakes placed already. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, she's kind of the filly that just often goes off at these big prices, Greg, and she runs. She finished 3rd last time out at 28-1, and right now you're getting 9-1 on Soviet XS. Now, she does seem like she maybe is a horse that's not the easiest to ride. She wears a cage bit or a Houghton bit, which is kind of like power steering for the riders, for horses that have the tendency to lug in or out. And while she kept a straight course last time out, she was a little bit late switching her leads and a little bit kind of reticent in between horses and tight late. But I thought Dylan Davis handled her really well in that last effort, and I thought that she stacked up favorably with her competition here. She was one that caught my eye last time, and I think she's through and through turf horse and fits in here. The 8 tax implications. I guess the question with her is that she just flattened a little bit last time out in the Lake Placid. She gets back on firm turf as well. She was just beaten soundly by a few other of her stablemates recently, and maybe it's not the strongest of the Chad Brown group. And of that group, I did prefer Liguria, but she too seems like a bit of an overlay given how consistent she's been as of late.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Loading up. Here we go, our Friday feature, Winter Memories. Here on the first Friday, this Belmont at the Big A meet, and there is Soviet Excess. So 9-1 for Todd Pletcher, coming off that third place finish with a bit of a bump at the beginning of the race. Dylan Davis back aboard. Favorite, though, Liguria, one of the 4 in here for Chad Brown from the inside post with Arad Ortiz Jr. Competitive field of 3-year-old fillies going a mile. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
Waiting for Sweet Lou's Got Aces and Get Your Kicks. There in the gate. And they're off in the Winter Memory Stakes. And it is Silver Skillet who shows first from the outside. Lady Beth quickly moving up. Lady Beth goes on with it to take the lead. Silver Skillet racing in second, and Get Your Kicks is alongside in third. Sweet Lou's Got Aces runs in fourth. Sacred Wish down on the inside is in fifth. Juniper Marshmallow on the outside runs in sixth. The break of 3 lengths back to Tax Implications, who is next in seventh. Then comes Soviet Excess on the outside in 8th, followed by Liguria in 9th, and Bolivar is the trailer. In 10th, the opening quarter, 23 and 2/5 seconds as these 3-year-old fillies move up the backstretch. And it is Lady Beth in front here by 1.5 lengths. On the outside, it's Get Your Kicks. Down at the rail is Silver Skillet. Those two are right together, second and third. Then comes Sacred Wish, who is on the inside of a Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Half mile, 48 seconds. Farther back in the field, Juniper Marshmallow runs in 6th, followed by Tax Implications in 7th, and Soviet Excess with Liguria. Top of the stretch, it is Lady Beth in front here. Lady Beth the leader by 3 lengths now. Silver Skillet giving chase in second. Sacred Wish is next in third. Then Liguria towards the inside in fourth, followed by Soviet Excess. It is Lady Beth. Here comes Sacred Wish kicking in on the outside of Silver Skillet. It is Sacred Wish to win it under Johnny Velasquez.
Sacred Wish, grade 1, placed on dirt. Her turf debut. She wins the Winter Memories at 9-2.
Yeah, good call by you, Greg. She got a good trip, saving ground, moderate pace. She kicked in the stretch, and a good move by the connections to run on the turf, getting it done. This race was completely dominated in the front end. It's a very good ride by Flavian Pratt, sensing the disinterest of his fellow riders and being in front in races, able to set a very moderate pace with Lady Beth, just not good enough. Silver Skillet ran better than I expected. She was second best with a very good trip. Really good trips for all of the first 3, and everybody else either not good enough but also compromised by somewhat of a lack of pace. And even Soviet Excess, I think, ran very well to make that big run at the end, even though I think she settled for maybe third actually at the end. But this horse much the best, and a good move and good decision to go to the turf.
And that's what victory looks like right there. George Weaver Barn, Black Type Thoroughbreds, Swinbank Stables, and Johnny V and Sacred Wish now with all kinds of options.
Well, I mean, I think at this point they'll leave her on the turf. She seemed to run better in here because it's not like she was right on top of the pace. I mean, the first 2 both saved ground and angled out, but she had a nice finishing kick, and she ran a lot more professionally in this race than she does in her dirt races. You know, her dirt races, she seems to need to be forward to be effective, and in this race she was able to rate, good trip or not, and rate comfortably and got it done here. I think she's a better turf horse. A good move.
1:35 and 2 final time for the mile, and her turf debut, a winning one against stakes competition here in this Winter Memories. John Velasquez getting a high five from Joel Rosario and Silver Skillet, who wound up second in here, 3.571.
Silver Skillet ran a lot better than I thought she would run. She got a nice trip, but she ran well in here. Silver Excess ran really well when you consider where she had to come from and the outside post, and Liguria to a lesser extent. But nice performance there.
Excited connections. They're going to get their picture taken in a stakes race here in our Friday feature. Sacred Wish takes to the turf in her first try over the surface and wins here at 9-2 under John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, for the George Weaver Barn. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. Nightcap still to come. We'll close things out sprinting on the grass when we come back.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage feature on this Friday afternoon in the books, the Winter Memories and Sacred Wish. Moving to the turf for the first time in her career, Grade 1 placed on dirt this summer. Saratoga looked very good going over the lawn for George Weaver with John Velasquez.
Absolutely. Couldn't have gotten a better ride trip from Johnny. He was comfortable sitting behind horses, and she's a talented dirt horse. And I know people say, well, she was second to Wet Paint, the CC Oaks. Teams need a better horse in the turf, more adaptable, a better kick in the turf. And I guess they can always enter in turf races. And if they get rained off, she could be the favorite in those.
Fasig-Tipton, Winter Circle lead, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Picture time for these connections. And you may see I'm getting a few more of these after this performance. If she stays on the lawn, there's the hardware she receives for this Winter Memories victory.
Winning's fun.
It really is. That's the place to be in this sport.
They love our horse in the last, Greg, being Betty.
11.
A lot of Bettys.
80.
All the Bettys are sending in the last race.
For the victory, pick 3 here, over $500. Silver Skillet, Soviet Excess, second and third.
Smallest pick 5 is $5,700, and only the 4, 6, and 10 are covered in the pick 6, and they're not even the favorite.
That's how the late pick 5 is played out to this point, with 1 leg remaining. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And I'm so happy to be joined by Rich Martino, part of the ownership group as Sacred Wish. She gets her first win on the turf. What a thrill and what a journey this filly has taken you all on.
Unbelievable. She ran in the coaching club. She ran a bang-up second. She had the lead every step of the way and just got nailed at the wire. And we brought her in the Alabama, and she had a rough trip there. But we were hoping she would grass, and if her dirt form carried over to the turf, she had a good shot, and she sure enough took to it.
Has to be pretty exciting too, because it opens up so many doors for her. She has a lot of options of where she can go in the future.
Yes, we were thinking the same. I spoke to Blair, George's assistant, and I think she's going to wind up in Florida for the winter, but there's a million spots, so I don't know. Or I don't know if there's a Breeders' Cup race, but George and Jake will determine that. So it's been great.
And George Weaver's barn has had a tremendous year, and now a stakes win with this filly. What's that feeling like, watching her run down and get the victory here today?
My heart is still pounding. It was unbelievable. She's given us a lot of thrills already, and she's also such a gentle filly. Like, you visit her in the barn in the morning, she puts her head on your shoulder. She's just amazing. So I'm really happy for the ownership group and Jake and everybody. It's just been a wonderful ride. So.
We love to see it. Big congratulations to the whole team.
Thanks very much, Acacia. Thanks.
And Greg, that's what it's all about.
Not just a victory, a stakes victory with, it seems like, bigger and better things to come for Sacred Wish.
I mean, listen, she's got talent on the dirt, and she showed a different dimension on the turf, so gives them a whole lot more options, and taking this chance really paid off for them. If she didn't run well, they could always go back to the dirt, but this does open up, and I think, one of the good things you run these turf races, and at least in New York at this point, if they get rained off, she's in a good position too, so she's got some options for her.
Well, we have the nightcap still to come. It's going to be sprinting on the turf to close things out. New York breds, maiden special weight. They're all trying for that first win of the career coming up, and a lot of money right now on Being Betty, who got slammed out of the gate in the debut and really started to do some running after that. She's 3-2 right now on our board. Talk more about it when we come back. Jose Lezcano will ride the current favorite for Phil Serpe. Spin-away winner in that big showdown with Ways and Means Brightwork. Undefeated, eyeing the championship weekend. We'll tell you what's next when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
For the Barraclough family of Saratoga Glen Farm, raising horses is all in the family.
I think it doesn't work if you don't have your whole family involved in what you do.
New York native Dan Barraclough and Kathy Barraclough, whose accent gives away her Australian roots, fell in love on horseback when they were leading trail rides at a resort in the Catskills. Even back then, they envisioned owning a horse farm and having children that would grow to share their passion for thoroughbreds.
We planned on it.
Not necessarily with me, but she planned on it for sure.
For the oldest, Taylor, middle son Shane, and the youngest Dean, the wake-up call comes early.
They'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start stalls, feed, bring in, work the yearlings, work the layups, and then...
They get up and work, then we get up and go have fun as well.
Taylor is already an accomplished equestrian.
For compensation for working here, I got to have a mare here. This is my 1,000 Words colt. I'm really excited. Hopefully I get to sell him, and I don't know, I think he's really cool.
Shane excels at sports, but understands that his work on the farm is key to the family's success. How do you think this will help you?
Mostly the work ethic of how I do things in school with a timeline maybe, or what I need to get done in a certain period of time and how fast I need to do it. Staying focused.
Dean prefers training his dog for agility trials to riding. He's even started Dean's Delicious Dog Treats to earn money for his passion. But even he picks up a pitchfork when it's time to clean a stall.
I'm watering, I open doors, I mow lawns, I help Dad.
The Barraclough clan credits another family for helping them become successful, the family of New York breeders, who were generous with time and advice.
And we had a lot of help along the way. Joe McMahon was a mentor for us. He helped us, get our first clients. It's been a very good community for us. Ann Morgan and Tim, when he was alive, they were very helpful and accommodating.
When this war dancer filly races at Saratoga someday, she'll carry with her all the love and care she received from all 10 of the helping hands at Saratoga Glen Farm.
Back with you for more information on the New York Thoroughbred and Development Fund. Go to nybreds.com. Pays to be New York bred. We say it all the time. We have a New York bred race to close things out. Sprinting on the turf, made in special weight for those bred here in the great state of New York. And this is the favorite right now. Being Betty, all the money going right here after that very tough beginning out of the gate in the debut.
This horse did have a very rough trip and has a big pedigree for turf on the dam side, but I mean, you and I picked this horse. Do you think this horse would be 8-5 and maybe even going to go lower?
Yeah, that's a little short.
Yeah, I'm surprised. There's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of horses in this race that have a right to be okay based on pedigrees. There's sneaky turf pedigrees throughout the race. Pretty Up has a lot of turf pedigree. Stormy Disco.
Some big ones coming up at the meet on the road to the Breeders' Cup Win and You're In races, including that big day for the 2-year-olds on dirt with Champagne and Frizette on October 7th. And for the Frizette, may not see bright work here, and that may be a good thing for all those that expect to line up. She's been very good to this point. We'll see where she does wind up, if it's Keeneland, if it's out on the West Coast. John Ortiz has a very talented filly.
No, she's very good. And Ways and Means is no slouch. And Ways and Means probably would like a rematch at some point with Bright Work, and hopefully she'll get it somewhere down the road. But Bright Work, she's terrific in the Adirondack and ran very well to win the Spinaway. She's good. She's very, very good. I mean, I know all the talk right now is tomorrow, and I understand that. Her dam is Beholder. She had that impressive win, the Del Mar debutante, but that shouldn't take anything away from this horse. She took on Ways and Means and beat her. She'll take on tomorrow, and we'll see if she can handle her out in West.
4 wins at 3 different racetracks and one final prep before the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies for John Ortiz's Bright Work. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll hear from Acacia. We'll have a post-parade for the nightcap when we return here on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BF Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the races. Never gets old looking at that skyline. Yeah. Our finale coming up. Show brought to you in part where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
Stopped off on the roof. I was upstairs visiting John and Brielle. He's back calling. Took a little walk out on the roof and nice, great view of the skyline. Got to come visit us at Aqueduct. It's a great place.
Really is. Yep. And you say it all the time. It's out in the seats, one of the best views of racing anywhere.
I mean, we can sit up here. We can see the entire racetrack from where we're sitting up here and actually watch the race live, even on the turf. It's really great.
Big Five will pays to this horse, your favorite, $5,743. To the 8 over 6,100, and then they get very large, as if that was not large enough.
And a 12-1 won the first leg of the pick six, and there's 3 horses covered. Tough game.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we wrap the day up in style with the young 2-year-olds here. And we'll start things off with Being Betty down to the inside, who, as you guys mentioned, did not have an easy trip first time out, as another foe took a left-hand turn at the break and went through the rail. And that forced Being Betty really kind of pinballed her, I should say. And Jose Loscano looking back and trying to figure out what was going on. And she was just totally taken out of the race early on and actually ran on after that, which for a young 2-year-old filly is very admirable. Now, Weekend Hideaway as a stallion with a limited number of starters on the turf has been the best represented by It's All Coming Together, who prefers a little bit more distance, but he's also much bigger than this filly. And like It's All Coming Together, Phil Serpy, very well acquainted with the pedigree, having trained Weekend Hideaway, who himself was actually a stakes winner on the turf, and also having trained Lady Joan, who was a stakes winner and multiple turf winner as well. This filly was pretty green in the preliminaries in her debut, and while she's sharp in the paddock, she's been much more focused, and I think looks like she is definitely fitter second time out. Take a look at a few horses trying the turf for the first time. Starting off with Pretty Up, the 6. She has plenty of turf pedigree. The dam was a 2-time winner on the grass, and 3 out of the 5 siblings were winners, all on the turf. Practical Joke can certainly handle it. She was very green in the prelims, particularly on the track in her debut, so keep an eye on her there. They did saddle her with the pony, and she's handled herself well so far in the paddock, but we'll see how she handles herself in the post-parade on track, as that's where she really got pretty agitated. But she looks like she should appreciate the grass, and I'm very intrigued off the pedigree and her physicality with that surface switch. The number 8, Joya Mia, is taking attention. She does have Irad Ortiz, She was entered in the body of the race last time out, not a main track only. So clearly Dave Donk keen to run her on the grass. And on the bottom side, there really isn't much turf pedigree. The dam was 0 for 2 on it and better running on the grass. And so far with her productions, I should say better running on the dirt. So far with the dam's production, it's been more dirt runners as well. But Cantharos, I love sprinting on the turf. They can be very versatile, but I'm a big fan of his progeny running on the grass. And this one has a turf hoof. Flatter, kind of pancake-like hoof to her, slacker pasterns. I still think from a fitness perspective, and I didn't see her first time out, that she could tuck up a little bit more as far as the fitness is concerned, and she's been very laid back here in the paddock, but I think that she's on the right surface, and definitely looks a picture of health today. The number 10, Stormy Disco, another one with turf pedigree. Disco partner still looking for his first winner as far as his progeny does go. But as I believe Andy had mentioned earlier today, unfortunately we lost a lot of 2-year-old turf races this summer at Saratoga. So that could have contributed to it, because you'd have to imagine that they probably are more inclined to be turf horses. And this filly, out of a mare who was a 2-time turf winner, had a sibling that won on it, also has a turf hoof to her. She kind of ran in place in that first race as well, and maybe she's getting on the right surface today. She's definitely on the smaller side, and I would like to see her perk up a bit, but hopefully we'll have a chance to see some of these Disco partners get running, and maybe the turf is going to be where it's at for his offspring, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll see. Disco partner, the sire of this filly, still looking for his first winner. He was so much fun to watch. Had a world record at one point for 6 furlongs.
I'm still holding out hope. And this horse, the Dam, was a nice turf horse that Case was alluding to. And I think this is a player near as well. Actually, you know, Disco Partner's half-brother made his turf debut in the 4th race today and actually had a bit of a trip. That was Straight Arrow. So the other thing is, you know, we talked about this in Saratoga, as there's a little bit of a buzz upstairs, is so many of these races, particularly the sprints, were rained off for the 2-year-olds that Disco Partner, I wonder how many starts his horses have even had. And I'm not guessing he was bred to the best and best of the broodmares. So I want to give him a chance with Acacia, too. He was such a terrific horse. And I think Stormy Disco, probably one of the better turf, you know, mares we've seen him be bred to. And I just don't feel like we've seen that many of them. I also think this horse a player.
His sire, too, was one of my favorites, Disco Rico.
Yeah,
he's such a good dirt sprinter. Who you said this horse, too, a player. Who were you talking about?
Pretty Up. Dam's
That's
3 for
6.
5 at her turf production. She was a turf horse.
Talk about that one in a moment. 1 of 2 in here for Rudy Rodriguez. We start with Being Betty, the favorite, 2-1.
Drifted up to 2-1. Big turf pedigree. Lots of trouble in her debut and did do some real running.
Superstar Susan Blinker's coming off, start number 2.
She's got a little bit of turf pedigree and perhaps could run better here.
Mastery's Secret for Oscar Barrera.
This is your big long shot. We'll see what happens. The Dam has produced 2 turf winners.
Second Dam was 3 for 4 in the turf grade 3 winner. Sun and Wind for Rudy Rodriguez.
Not a ton of pedigree in the first Dam. The second Dam was a pretty good turf horse, but she was actually better on the dirt. Is a Freud, though.
Needed for Tom Morley.
He was chasing a pace that kind of fell apart last time out. Didn't run badly and also didn't break that well.
There's the other Rudy Rodriguez filly, Pretty Up.
I'm waiting for the spaceship to land up here. This is the one as pedigree. I'm interested in Pretty Up.
Mother Mary went by at 25-1. Here's Gia Mia for David Donk.
Yeah, David wants to run on the turf. I respect David. Would have to improve off the debut, and it's not a lot of turf pedigree.
Gotten speed, but no finish in 2 turf tries from Follow Your Arrow.
Yeah, I can't. I just would endorse others.
And here's the Disco partner filly with Kendrick Carmouche filling in. Stormy Disco.
I think this is an interesting horse in here. Didn't take much money first time, but actually at least showed some life, and the pedigree says turf.
And the Dam stakes place on the grass. I'm surprised 11-1. And then let's go back to the 6 now. So here's 1 of 2 for Rudy Rod. Dam, 2-time winner on the grass, did produce a 7-time winner on the turf and another multiple winner on the grass.
3 at her 5 foals, 1 on the turf. And the thing I liked is they couldn't run it all in the dirt. And so while they were horses that ran like 70 buyers, they couldn't run a step on the dirt. So I like the fact this horse could run in the dirt, and I think it's encouraging. There's a lot of move up. And the practical joke is it more of a dirt horse, but the into mischiefs, and he's had some success this sire. So I won't be surprised if this one moves up on the turf. It also could have some speed.
Manny Franco looking for a 4-win day on the 6, Pretty Up in those Rapoli Stables silks. The stablemate of this filly, Sun and Wind, who is getting on turf for the first time as well.
Yeah, now she's a Freud, so I never want to knock Freud's getting on the turf. There's not a lot to say about her moving up on the turf based on the pedigree, but there's enough turf to suggest she could improve on it.
A second dam, 3-time winner on the grass, stakes winner as well. Was a 14-time winner overall.
She could be forward also, and you know Flavien Prat likes to be aggressive.
As we just saw.
Yeah.
In our feature. Being Betty, though, all the money going here was as low as 8-5 at one point, has been favored throughout.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you and I both liked her. We did the handicapping earlier today, and I still like her. I just am not inclined to want to take 2-1. But she's got that pedigree. She obviously had significant trouble at the start. But you know what? Do you really love the idea of drawing the rail with a horse that had trouble at the start the first time? That concerns me at least a little bit.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, wanted to touch back on the number 6, Pretty Up, and I really like her getting onto the grass, but I alluded back in the paddock that she was really green on the track with the pony in her debut. Not the case today. The ultimate professional in the post parade and galloped right off for a big warm-up out on the track, and I think should like the turf, and I'm really happy to see the progression with her mentally from first to second start. She'll ultimately be my pick in here. Rudy Rodriguez does have another one in the race who's also trying the turf for the first time with the number 4 Sun and Win, and as Andy touched on, the progeny of Freud love them on the turf, and the dam's only win was on the grass. The second dam was a decent turf runner as well. But wanted to give an interesting note about the equipment with this filly, because it seemed like in her first couple of starts that I had spoken with Maggie Wolfendale about this with her, and that she was a horse that really kind of got lost in the running of her race, and they added the blinkers on last time, and it was also short blinkers attached to a hood in that her ears were covered. So kind of a drastic measure with an equipment change with her last time. Today she comes back first time on the turf wearing the same shortcut blinkers, but there's no hood attached. So her ears are open, and horses can be really, really affected by sound, and that can really kind of spook them sometimes more than anything, and particularly for young horses. So there is also a little bit of an equipment change with her on top of the surface. I don't mind her on the turf. I preferred a couple other first-time turf runners, but maybe it's a sign of a horse that is improving now in her first start mentally and physically, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2-1 favorite, Being Betty from the inside post. Can she break clean? She got slammed in that debut, and then she really started to put in some run. Certainly got an education from that day. Start number 2 for the Phil Serpy filly. I got to say that 6 made a nice appearance. 7-1 here.
I used the 1 and exact as the 6 and 10. That's sort of my idea. Try to get them as the number.
Still, I mean, a little surprising, right? The 10's up there at 11-1.
I guess, but there's a lot of horses you're taking money. The 8 is 3-1. Oh, it's Irad, of course. The 8 is 3-1. It's Irad Ortiz. He's got an engine on his back, I guess. 6 taking a lot of money here, huh? Right? She's come down significantly.
Morning line.
She's also come down. I mean, she was like 12 or 13, I think, before.
That is a lot of money on the 8.
5-2. Go, Irad,
wow.
go. Good luck. Love Dave Donk. Love the very unstable. Don't love this horse. Those, the Repent Dam. Not thought of as a lawnmower, Repent. Repent was second in the Travers to Medagliadoro on a miserable, cold, rainy day.
Fairgrounds path to the Derby back in his day.
He's a nice horse, Kenny McPeak. He's a good horse.
Nightcap coming up here. Belmont at the Big A. Friday edition. Being Betty from the inside post. The one to beat. Let's go to John Embrial.
In the gate. And they're off. Slow start for number 3, Mastery's Secret. She's at the back of the pack.
Being Betty is moving up down at the rail and going up to challenge for the lead with Sun and Wind. Follow Your Arrow sits just off of them in third. And Needed is on the move now from a fourth. Mother Mary is in between horses in fifth. Stormy Disco, the gray on the outside, is next in sixth. Then comes a Pretty Up in seventh. Alongside is Joya Mia, who has gained a spot. Then we come back to Superstar Susan, and Mastery Secret is in 10th. The quarter went in 22 and 4. A battle up front. On the outside, it is Stormy Disco, who has a narrow lead over Being Betty, with Sun and Wind in third. Joya Mia runs in fourth. Superstar Susan is on the move now from fifth. Down at the rail is Needed. Half mile, 46 and 4. It is Being Betty closest to the rail, Stormy Disco on the outside, and the two of them are right together, less than a furlong to the finish. Being Betty down on the inside, Stormy Disco on the outside, Superstar Susan moving into third. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be Being Betty, the betting favorite, to win it over Stormy Disco.
Being Betty got a challenge here from Stormy Disco, able to put that one away late and breaks her maiden start number 2 under Jose Lezcano.
It certainly felt good when this horse broke well and Jose was able to ride her aggressively, because she was acting on a bit in the gate and she didn't break perfectly but broke well enough and went up the lead, especially after the disaster last time. But it certainly felt like the 10, Stormy Disco kind of had her measured, but she was able to battle back and get it done. Looking at the gallop out, the 6 gallop out strongly, if you like gallop outs. She's kind of between horses. The gray, you see her back there in like 5th right now. But nice performance here, second time out. Logical horse. You and I both picked her, and she managed to win.
How about that?
How did that happen?
Rarity.
Right?
As the 2-to-1 favorite, 110.52. And
exact is $80. Exact's $80.
Forwardly placed early, and then gets this challenge from the 10. Keep your eyes on the 10 next time out.
Today was the day for that one, huh?
11-to-1, big price. Able to put that one away late. So down our weekend hideaway. With the victory here, start number 2, much cleaner break out of the gate here, and start number 2 really set this up.
Yeah, it just shows the value of a one start for this horse. And this has been a very productive family for trainer Phil Serpy as well. Lady Joan, she ran for Phil and for these connections as well. And Weekend Hideaway, who also ran those connections, has had success as a turf sire, even though he's a dirt sprinter,
Yeah.
really, and a nice one at that.
Yeah, and some big wins Saratoga.
Yeah, he was a good horse.
Take a look at our ABR Race of the Week coming up on tomorrow's program. Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, Grade 3 final leg of this Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies. And Eternal Hope, even money morning line for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. Had those back-to-back wins on synthetic at 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles. Still has not won on turf, but Group 2 placed at 1.25 miles on soft turf the last time she was seen at Deauville.
Yeah. I'd like to go to Deauville sometime, Deauville. Yeah, I think a lot of us during Saratoga, unfortunately, go see the Prix-Jacques Marois. The horse who beat her last time got a perfect trip in doing it. It's a funny race to watch because they run single file. Like if you watch it for the majority of the race, they're running a perfect single file. And the horse who won it had beaten the winner of the Saratoga Oaks, so it was a quality field. And she kind of helped set it up for that horse to win.
Meanwhile, Highland Grace for Barclay Tagg has won at this distance. Broke her maiden at 1 mile 3/8. Then she backed it up against winners for the first time at 1.25 miles. And it just seems like going longer, she has been a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to get better if I think the Godolphin runner shows up with her good race. I don't have any illusions. But I like the fact that she was working at Saratoga for Barclay Tagg. So I think he really has been pointing for this race basically since this win. And while this wasn't the best field she beat, older horse or not, she was the only horse that made up any ground. So she was kind of running in her own race while the rest of them were sort of running in place.
It's going to be her graded stakes debut coming up. Obviously a much tougher task, but she's going in the right direction and has already proven, at least against a maiden group, she could handle that 1 mile 3/8 distance. Javier Castellano will take over for Flavian Pratt, who have been aboard for both those victories. A lot of big races to come at this meet where so many runners have eyes on being at Breeders' Cup weekend.
Yeah, and you think the Champagne, a matchup likely including Fierceness and General Partner, two of the more impressive maiden winners at Saratoga. We'll see who shows up in the Frizette, the Jockey Club Derby, the 3-year-old who wants to stretch out in that. Will Europeans come? Looking forward to all those races. The Beldame as well. I believe that randomized the winner of the Alabama may be pointing for the Beldame.
Okay.
I don't know who else.
Gate to wire winner, right, in the Alabama?
Yes.
For Chad Brown.
Tri-holders.
Interesting.
I think.
That
I'm
division,
not sure.
I mean, especially the 3-year-old fillies, but now tackling older, and that's what randomized would be doing. But that has been a completely wide open division, as we saw Sacred Wish switching to the lawn, getting the victory. But she was in the mix as well, but now it looks like grass for her.
Yeah, and I think Pretty Mischievous, who I mean, if she wins the Cotillion next week, she'll have it wrap it
up.
And she had a great year, so.
Being Betty, Jose Lizcano, Phil Serpe, Hilly Field Stable, winning connections to close out this Friday card here. Belmont at the Big A. At 2-1, Stormy Disco needed second and third, so you get double-digit numbers underneath here, helping that trifecta be healthy. With a favorite on top, 50 Cent, return $200. Pick 5 over $5,700, and we have a carryover into Saturday.
Pick 6.
In the Pick 6, over $33,600 on the table.
How are this many horses alive? It was $11,000 for $1 for the Pick 5, and there were 3 horses covered, not the favorite.
Yeah.
I guess by not using favorites, because we saw some goofy results in the middle of it. Nobody that crazy, just a tough sequence to put together.
No. Yeah, well put. Some of these races really had to go deep. Yeah. New York traffic, too. A lot of people just, even with a Ride Ortiz Jr. board, didn't consider because of the layoff.
There were too many horses to use in there. I mean, we talked about it in Talking Horses. It's just, how many horses can you use to get into a race, right?
We are back tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on FS2. We will see you then with coverage of our ABR Race of the Week. That Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, it was Sacred Wish. Switched to the lawn, paying off for George Weaver and company as she takes the winter memories in her turf debut with Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard tomorrow. Eternal Hope will try and do it for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin in our big event in that Grade 3. Can Highland Grace get the job done to keep her win streak alive at her Graded Stakes debut?